I invite the member for Langley East to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As we commence proceedings today in this Assembly, we ask for divine guidance so that our words and deeds may bring to all people of this great province hope, prosperity, and a vision for the future. May the deliberations in this chamber be characterized by temperance, understanding, and reason, to the end that we may better serve those who have made the members of this House guardians of and trustees for all citizens of British Columbia.
Members, to start the introductions, I will make the first introduction. It's my honor to introduce many First Nation leaders who joined us earlier today to release the Legislative Assembly's first Reconciliation Action Plan. They are Taylor Baker and Howard Grant from my Indigenous Reconciliation Advisory Committee, Cheryl Casimir, Hugh Breaker, Robert Phillips, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, Chief Don Tom, Regional Chief Terry Tiji, Leah George Wilson, and Ray Harris from the First Nation Leadership Council. Grand Chief Ed John, Chief John Jack from the Huai Ahad First Nation, Chief Laura Cassidy, and Executive Councillor Valerie Cross from the Twasan First Nation, Councillor Lori Wilson from Tla'amin Nation, Chief Edward Thomas, and Chief Jerome Thomas from Esquimalt Nation. I would also like to recognize Tanya Corbett and Taylor Grant, who have provided invaluable assistance in our outreach to First Nations. I'll be pleased to table the Reconciliation Action Plan following the question period. Would member please make all our guests feel very welcome. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I've got two groups of folks here today in the chamber. First, I want to thank the amazing folks from Ministry of Housing for all the work that they've been doing on a lot of legislation that we've brought in over the last year. They've been doing a heavy lifting to make it a reality. I want to recognize Caitlin Dean, Erica Greenup, Celine Cobenter, Laura Peach, and Michelle Ma. And then also we've got in the House today folks from BC Housing that are visiting. I see them in the back there. I want to recognize Henry Glazebrook, Darren Harbord, Sophia Gray, Tim Chamberlain, Alex McGowan, Laura McLeod, Sheriff Fadul, Tony Boot, Emma Talbot, Derek Brown, Olivia Swinton, and Taylor Sason. I want to thank them for all the work they do to support some of the more vulnerable people in our community. We appreciate your work. Can the House please make them feel welcome?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Over the next couple of days, ambulance paramedics and ambulance dispatchers from all over British Columbia will be visiting us in the Legislature. They're here in the gallery now. Honourable Speaker, I want to acknowledge their extraordinary contribution every day in what have been extraordinary times, and their courage, their dedication, their generosity. I also want to thank them personally for the work they've done in transforming the ambulance service, the historic 18th contract signed with QP Local 873, the ambulance paramedics of BC, and all the transformation that's taken place. This is genuine leadership from working people that's transformed a service that's now in its 50th year. I am honored to have ambulance paramedics and ambulance dispatchers with us in the Legislature. I'd like to welcome President Jason Jackson, Chelsea Sharp, Shane Sander, Pete Smith, Sarah Green, Corey Froese, Dustin Jackson, Ted Harrison, Brenton DeLuca, Scott Seawick, Jeff Kilbreth, Shane Potter, Warren Leader, Grant Farquhar, Stu Myers, Nikki Ropp, Craig Parnell, David Hollingsworth, Ian Tate, Dave Leary, Camille McCluskey, Jake Berthelot, Heather Rose, Keith Taylor, Guy Hicken, and Candace Visser. May everyone in the House make these extraordinary British Columbians welcome.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much. And the official opposition wants to join with the Minister of Health in welcoming and thanking ambulance paramedics who are in the precinct today. But not just them, the men and women that are out on the front lines as we speak, answering calls, running toward dangerous situations. And we were so inspired by the meeting we had with them today, where they shared how difficult it is when they feel like they can't meet all the demands. And we want them to know how grateful we are for everything they do in our communities, for literally putting themselves in the line of danger and taking care of those who are most vulnerable. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for the work you do. We join with the Minister in welcoming you here to the Legislature today.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I actually have two sets of guests today in the House. Joining us in the gallery are 4 representatives from Take a Hike Youth Mental Health Foundation: Gordon Matchett, Deb Abma-Sluggett, Larissa Hayes, and Zoe Lochner. The Take a Hike Youth Mental Health Foundation is a nonprofit that partners with public school districts to empower vulnerable youth to succeed in a full-time mental health and emotional well-being program in an alternate education setting. They're really making a difference in the youth and families across BC, and we welcome them to the House today and to a meeting later on this afternoon with our caucus. Also joining us in the gallery today are 3 very special guests who are here for National Heart Failure Awareness Week: Jennifer Monahan, Mary Strambilip, and Rebecca Ponting. Jennifer Monahan is a constituent of Kelowna Lake Country and a friend of mine. While here, Jennifer is visiting her son, who's working on his degree this summer at the University of Victoria. She's been living the effects of her stroke and the discovery of her heart disease for 12 years now, which has progressed to heart failure. But she's a strong and fierce advocate for women's heart and brain health and an active volunteer for various groups, including the Heart and Stroke Foundation. Would the House please join me in welcoming Jennifer, Mary, and Rebecca today.
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce my daughter and her partner that are visiting the precinct today. I don't think I've ever had a family member visit, so it's very exciting. And I don't think my daughter's been in the House since she was the age of those children that are also with us today. So please welcome, please be good, and Tiggy, I do more than just bake cookies.
Member for Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the privilege this afternoon to have lunch with some incredible young kids and their mother, Amanda Epp, Sawyer, Finn, Macy. They are being homeschooled right now, and part of their program is to learn about provincial government. They taught me a little bit about the federal government, and I appreciate that for that. Organizing this special outing was Sonia Sangster, the constituency assistant for Delta South, incredibly bright person and a lifelong friend of Amanda. And I see another constituent of mine, Chief Councillor John Jack Sayachath. Thank you for joining us today, and will the House make all of these important people welcome?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I too would like to welcome our guests here from Take a Hike Foundation. This is such an incredible organization. I'd like to welcome Gordon and Deb and Larissa and Zoe. This is an organization that empowers at-risk youth through nature-based therapy. And I can tell you, Honourable Speaker, I personally know a young woman who's been through this program who attributes it to nothing less than saving her life. They're doing fantastic work. I had the great honour of calling them earlier this week to let them know that they were recipients of a civil forfeiture grant. Wonderful to have them in the House. Please make them most welcome.
Minister of Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Blessed Sacrament School is a school in Vancouver Fairview, very close to Vancouver General Hospital. It is grades K to 7 with over 200 students, and it's a French immersion elementary school. Joining us in the gallery are 35 grade 4s, along with some of their adult accompanist and teacher, Mr. Lucas Fitz. So 2 things. I hope everyone here will be on their best behavior during question period, and will also join me in saying to the students, bienvenue.
Member for Nanaimo North Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two introductions. First, I'd like to introduce members from Component 7 of the BC General Employees Union. They are from the education, scientific, technical, and administrative sectors, and thank them for the work that they do on behalf of workers and the skills that those workers bring to our province. They are elected reps from all over the province. Joining us is Trina Whitsitt, Andrea McDonald, Kaylin Cook, Kelly Labrie, Brad McVitie, Tanya Boyd, Seth Downs, assigned staff Larnie de las Rios, and my dear friend Joanna Lord, who is a real hero to me from the constituency I represent and has shone as an example of selfless devotion to others throughout the time that I've known her. Thank you, Joanna. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also take the opportunity to introduce a real hero of mine, Ray Harris. And in probably maybe the last introduction I make as an MLA, Ray served on the Wild Salmon Advisory Council that I chaired. Ray is a leader from Sunimas First Nation in the territory I'm honored to represent. And he is a beacon of strength to all of the people in the Mid-Island, but particularly the people of Sunimas First Nation. And I look forward every time I see him to the teasing that he gives me, because it makes me feel comfortable, and we are friends. And thank you, Ray. Welcome to the House.
Member for Richmond Queensborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the House, we have some really good friends of mine and some incredible people. Mr. Speaker, cancer has touched pretty much everybody in this House. And today we have in the House the members of the Gurgyan Foundation. The Gurgyan Foundation was founded by Inderjeet Singh Bains, who's sitting in the gallery, after the death of his 18-year-old son, Gurkamaljeet Singh Bains, who died of cancer of the lymph nodes. Joined with them is the president of the foundation, Professor Virdi, who was inspired by Terry Fox. Professor Virdi had cancer. He had it again. He fought it twice. Professor Virdi is fighting cancer again right now. In 2022, Professor Virdi took on Terry Fox's challenge. He realized that Terry Fox had not been able to take the water from the East Coast and bring it to the West. And Professor Virdi did that. He walked across several cities in Canada and did that to raise awareness about cancer. And he raised $51,000 during that walk. But they continued on from there. And they took inspiration. They were joined by Jatinder Minhas, who's also in the House. And to date, they've raised over $1 million for BC Cancer Foundation, all for the chemotherapy chairs that they have for Surrey Memorial Hospital. So I'd like the House to welcome them here today. I have one more, Mr. Speaker. One more thing, Mr. Speaker. It's also my best friend and partner in parenthood, to Lenny Katrina Molson's birthday today, so I wanted to wish her a happy birthday and thank her for always being a beacon of moral and ethical values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Surrey Panorama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two sets of introductions. First of all, the Guru Nanak Food Bank is established in Surrey, and since 2021, they have served over 17,000 people. And Jatinder Minhas, who is one of the founding members, is here today. And this food bank provides culturally appropriate food to many citizens in the Lower Mainland. I also, in addition, I'm going to continue the introductions that my friend started for the Gurgyan Foundation. As he said, the president, Avtar S. Singh Virdi, is here, who is struggling with cancer, is on that very difficult journey, and our best wishes are with him. And his wife, Ranjit Kaur Virdi, is here, as well as other members of the family and other members of the Gurgyan Foundation. So we've got Gun Karim S. Virdi, Manmeet Kaur, and Mol Nanak Singh, Harbinder Aulak, Jatinder Minhas, Inderjeet Singh Bains, Aman Brett, and Jaswinder Sagu. Please help me welcome them to this beautiful People's House.
Member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I too am thrilled to welcome very special guests in the gallery. Another group of members from the Component 7 of BCGU Employee Union. They represent education, scientific, technical, and administrative sector. Their elected reps from the union are joining us in the gallery. Starting with introduction, my own cousin, my sister, Prabdeep Chahal, who I'm very proud of, and our great friends, Daryl Wong, Kim Daniel, Marcel Birkins, Kevin McKenzie, Chris Sieb, Marsha Dufresne, and they are here to watch question period, and I'm always very grateful for the work they do to represent these amazing employees. And would the House please join me to make them feel very welcome. Thank you.
Member for Paul River Sunshine Coast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to echo your warm welcome to the Indigenous leadership here, and in particular, Laurie Wilson from Tla'amin Nation. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome a couple of filmmakers who are currently working on a project documenting the work of someone we all know, Dana Larson, and his work on drug policy. I'd like to welcome Alisher Balfanbayev and Max Jolson. Will the House please make them welcome?
Member for Langford Wandifuka.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I've got a couple of constituents in the House from Langford Wandifuka. I haven't had the opportunity to meet them before, but I've knocked on their door and they reached out to my community office and said they wanted to come and watch question period. So will the House please welcome John and Lola Bruzas to the House here today. I understand that the last time John was here, Rita Johnson was the Premier, so it's been a little while since he's been here, but will the House please make them feel very welcome.
Member for Surrey Guildford.
A group of students from Western Washington University are spending the day with the Parliamentary Education Office to learn how this legislative assembly works. They are here with their professor, Dr. Butch Kamina, who brings a group of students up here each year. Would the House please make them welcome?
Member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to wish happy birthday to two of my volunteers, Abby Chang and Li Lu Li from Team Mariora. I also want to take this opportunity to again congratulate Rishika Selva Kumar for winning the 2024 BC Achievement Community Award. Just want to ask the House to join me and celebrate all the special days.
House Leader of the Third Party.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm certain has already been done, we've raised our hands in gratitude and welcoming First Nations leaders from across the province here onto the legislative precincts today to begin a process, I think, that is critical for this legislative assembly, that we as the multi-partisan House does on behalf of all British Columbians to ensure that the path of reconciliation starts in a good way. I want to acknowledge all of our relatives that are here in the House today. I'm not going to start naming people because, then you forget folks and that's a problem. However, I just want to raise my hands to you, Mr. Speaker, and to our clerk, Kate Ryan Lloyd, and to all of the staff in this place who have, over the last year, been committed to ensuring that the path of reconciliation starts in a good way right here on this precinct, and to ensure that this building is indeed welcoming to all, and that we reconcile the long history that this building has in its relations, I'll say Crown Indigenous relations, or depending on what perspective you are from, Indigenous Crown relations. Haisku CM, Mr. Speaker. Haisku CM to the clerk.
Member for Shustwap.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the Press Gallery for hosting the lawn bowling yesterday afternoon. That was a fantastic event. And there's many benefits of lawn bowling, including connecting with former constituents. A close friend of very good friends of mine, Tom is here, and sorry Tom, I don't know your last name, but we did have lunch today. Tom is formerly from Scotland and the United States, but a proud Canadian, now living here in the lower, on Vancouver Island. And I just want to make the House, hopefully can give Tom a big round of applause. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you. I move that a bill entitled Defibrillator Public Access Act, which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and now read for a first time. One out-of-hospital cardiac arrest happens in Canada every 9 minutes, and in 2021, almost 8,300 British Columbians experienced a sudden and unexpected cardiac arrest. This can happen to anyone, anywhere, at any time, without warning. First responders recognize out-of-hospital cardiac arrest as among the most urgent and time-sensitive emergencies they handle. Tragically, the survival rate for these incidents is dismally low, with only 1 in 10 people surviving an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. Time is of the essence in these situations. Every minute that passes without intervention reduces the chance of survival by 7 to 10%. However, the use of CPR and automated external defibrillators, or AEDs, can double the likelihood of survival. That is why today I am introducing this bill for the 4th time. If passed, the Act would standardize policy around AEDs across the province, requiring AEDs to be available and visibly located in public spaces, such as libraries, airports, and recreation centres. These AEDs would also be required to be registered, inspected, and maintained so that in an emergency, a 911 dispatcher can direct bystanders to the nearest AED. While some elements of the bill are in place in regions across the province, the application is inconsistent. Adopting this legislation would close the significant gaps in coverage and keep British Columbians safe no matter where they live. This is a simple, common-sense public policy that could literally save lives. Building on existing efforts to improve AED access, we must continue to push for a comprehensive province-wide network of accessible, registered, and well-maintained AEDs. Readily accessible AEDs could literally mean the difference between life and death in sudden cardiac arrest. It is time to take these critical steps to remove the barriers to AED access and improve survival rates.
Member, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member?
I move, Mr. Speaker, that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading after the next sitting after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. House Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill entitled the Control of Foreign Funding and Electoral Influence Act, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read for the first time now. Honourable Speaker, recent events have highlighted the urgent threat that foreign influence poses to the integrity of elections, universities, democratic institutions and processes. British Columbia and Canada are not immune to the growing cases of foreign interference happening around the world. Such unchecked interference undermines public trust and confidence in our democratic systems, potentially leading to societal division and heightened social tensions. It's critical that we take action to ensure the political landscape of British Columbia remains under the control of its residents. Therefore, to protect our democracy, we must update and strengthen our Election Act laws to effectively combat foreign influence in BC politics. For years, existing gaps in our election laws have been overlooked. The bill I am introducing today aims to modernize and strengthen our laws to better counteract foreign influences in our political and educational systems. It includes measures to prevent foreign interference, such as banning foreign-funded individuals and organizations from disseminating false or misleading information related to elections. It also bans contributions from foreign nationals, governments, or political entities for election-related activities and forbids any collaboration with or acceptance of funds from foreign sources intended to influence our electoral outcomes. Honourable Speaker, transparency is a fundamental element of a healthy democracy. British Columbians are increasingly concerned about the risks of foreign interference and expect immediate action to address these risks in our electoral and educational systems. Conducting a fair and transparent review of these issues is crucial to maintaining public trust and upholding the values that are fundamental to our democratic society. It is time for us to work together to ensure that political power remains securely in the hands of British Columbians and that we are properly equipped to protect our democracy against foreign interference.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member?
I move that the bill be placed on orders of the day for second reading at the next House after today. Next sitting.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Vancouver Mount Pleasant.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm totally honored to make these statements regarding our Reconciliation Action Plan in the presence of such wonderful and powerful First Nations leaders. The favorite, of course, is Grand Chief Stuart Phillip. We all know the history of our First Nations peoples in this province. It wasn't a great beginning, but I can tell you from the very beginning, we welcomed everyone to our shores. And the history of our oppression and marginalization needs to get fixed. And this reconciliation plan is part of that process. I recall my grandfather, Chief Dan George, made some remarks at the Canada Day, and he lamented the loss of our lands, our resources, and the ability to govern ourselves. But there was a message of hope. His hope was that young people would pick up the tools of a white man's success and, like the Thunderbird of old, rise up out of the sea and become the greatest segment and strongest segment of our society. That's what this reconciliation plan represents. This is a beginning of us coming together and developing a deeper and stronger relationship for all of British Columbians. So why limit them? Thank you very much.
Member for Peace River South.
After 23 years of exceptional dedication and service, Sue Kenny, someone known to many of us in this House, has announced that she is retiring from her role as General Manager for Community Futures, Peace Liard. Sue joined Community Futures in 2001, and over those years, she has played a pivotal role in this organization for our region, helping advance economic development and growth. Throughout her tenure, Sue has demonstrated unwavering commitment, professionalism, and a genuine passion for supporting local businesses and entrepreneurs in the Peace region. Under her leadership, Community Futures has achieved numerous milestones and implemented various initiatives throughout our region and have positively impacted the economic landscape of our communities. Her strategic vision, combined with her tireless efforts, has helped countless individuals realize their entrepreneurial dreams and has contributed to the overall prosperity of the Peace region. As Sue said herself, it never has felt like a job because I believed in what Community Futures does for all of our communities. It gave me the opportunity to work with like-minded people who were passionate about making things better. I always had the pleasure to work with Sue as well when she put her name forward when I was mayor of Dawson Creek, stepped up and became a city councillor in Dawson. And I had a great opportunity, as I said, working with her to see that dedication that she had for our region, and I'm proud to call Sue a friend. As she transitions into retirement, I know that she will be an active person in other roles, helping people, helping our communities, but more importantly, she will be spending well-deserved time with her family. Please join me in celebrating Sue Kenny's achievements and wishing her a fulfilling and joyful retirement. Thank you.
Member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today I rise in this House to shine the spotlight on Mental Health Week. This week and every week we are challenged to lead with compassion. Let us reflect on the profound impact care and kindness have on those facing mental health challenges. Those struggling with mental health are not just statistics, but they are our loved ones. It is our duty to create a safe spaces where they can seek help without fear of judgment, that respects their dignity and acknowledges that we are all more than our struggles. The theme for Mental Health Week is Compassion Connects. I urge each and every one of us to embrace this theme wholeheartedly, to reach out with empathy and care. Together, with our collective efforts, we can support people who are struggling. I am happy that we are working to improve mental health services with funds allocated to community counseling agencies. Over 250,000 free or low-cost counseling sessions have been delivered, providing vital supports to individuals in need. Additionally, funds have been earmarked to expand mental health services for young people, including the establishment of Foundry in Vernon, a beacon for hope for youth. As we can see, many other, and in Vernon, we are going to get a new 44-bed psychiatric unit at Vernon Jubilee Hospital, which will provide much-needed resources for the individuals requiring intensive mental health care. I extend my gratitude to our partners like Canadian Mental Health Association Vernon team for their tireless efforts in raising funds, awareness, and doing mental health initiatives. And please join us to Ride, Don't Hide, a campaign where we raised $50,000 last year, and this year we have a goal of raising $80,000. Together we can make a difference, and everyone facing mental health challenges, I want to let you know that you're not alone. We're there to support you in any way we can. Thank you.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Jean Yip Foundation and its chairman, Larry Liu, for their incredible work in supporting our community of Richmond North Centre. Larry is a retired LCMP who has served in the force for 35 years and is the first LCMP of Chinese descent. Through their scholarship program, the Jean Yip Foundation has provided financial assistance to countless individuals pursuing post-secondary education in Canada. This generosity has opened doors to new opportunities, empowering students to achieve their dreams and make a positive impact in our society. But that's not all. The Jean Yip Foundation also distributes rides to seniors in our community. This selfless act of kindness has brought joy and relief to many. And I have personally witnessed the smiles, the tears, and the gratitude of those seniors when they receive a jar of rice from Richmond community leaders such as Kara Chow and Penny Choi, and many volunteers in my riding. We are all grateful for their compassion during the ongoing cost of living crisis that is impacting too many British Columbians. The Jean Yip Foundation dedication to giving back is a testament to the legacy of its founder, Jean Yip, a Canadian entrepreneur who believed in the power of philanthropy. Under Larry Liu's leadership, the foundation continues to thrive, making a meaningful difference in the lives of many. So to the Jean Yip Foundation and President Larry Liu, I offer my most sincere thanks for your tireless efforts and generosity. Your contribution has made a significant impact in our community, and we are all better off because of your kindness and your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Moms are the embodiment of love, strength, and sacrifice. From the moment of conception through the journey of pregnancy and childbirth and throughout the myriad of challenges and triumphs that follow, mothers serve as the nurturing force that sustains life and shapes our future. The women in my life tell me that motherhood is a journey marked by sleepless nights, selfless acts of care, and boundless moments of tenderness and joy. It is a journey that demands resilience, patience, and unwavering dedication. It challenges women to confront their own limitations, to find strength in vulnerability, and to cultivate the virtues of patience, compassion, and unconditional love. The impacts of mothers extends far beyond the confines of the homes, shaping the fabric of society through their nurturing influence. Mothers are our primary educators, instilling values of kindness, empathy, and integrity in the hearts of their children. They are the caregivers, tending to the needs of their families with unwavering devotion and selflessness. They are our pillars of strength, providing support and guidance through life's trials and tribulations. As we celebrate mothers, it is important to recognize the unique challenges they face. From single mothers struggling to make ends meet, to working moms balancing career aspirations with familiar responsibilities, to stay-at-home mothers dedicating themselves fully to the upbringing of their children. Each mother deserves respect, admiration, and support. With Mother's Day fast approaching, let us express our gratitude to the mothers in our lives for their tireless efforts, boundless love, and unwavering sacrifice. Let us honor their contributions to our families, our communities, and our world, and commit to creating a society where every mother is valued, empowered, and celebrated for the invaluable role she plays in shaping the future. This Mother's Day, let your mom know you love her.
Member for Kootenay East.
This week, Honourable Speaker, from May 5th to 11th, we mark Heart Failure Awareness Week. Heart failure, a critical cardiovascular condition, currently affects over 800,000 Canadians, with an estimated 100,000 more diagnoses expected this year. This chronic condition impairs the heart's ability to pump blood effectively, leading to debilitating symptoms such as swelling, fatigue, persistent cough, and shortness of breath. Tragically, heart failure not only complicates other health issues, but can also be life-threatening. Despite the severity of the condition, unfortunately, there is no cure yet, and access to necessary treatments remains out of reach for many British Columbians, including my riding of Kootenay East. Several risk factors of heart failure include age, lifestyle, choices, gender and genetic history, and increased prevalence in women, individuals over 60, and those with a family history of the condition. I urge everyone to take care of their health and get tested if they experience any symptoms to ensure they get the proper, potentially life-saving treatment. To those battling heart failure and the families who have suffered loss due to this condition, know that we stand with you. We are committed to ensuring that the healthcare system in British Columbia can provide you with the necessary support from diagnosis to treatment. During Heart Failure Awareness Week, I also want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of healthcare professionals and community groups who provide support and care to those affected. Their dedication brings hope and makes a significant difference in the lives of many patients. Everyone in this House can agree it is essential we strengthen the healthcare system for all British Columbians, including those experiencing heart failure. An extra thanks today going out to Jennifer, Mary, and Rebecca for their advocacy and who are in the gallery here today. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week the Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment made comments that were, and I quote, belittling and demeaning to a community of people that is already under profound pressure. End of quote. Now, if those words sound familiar, they should, because they're the very same words that the Premier used to justify the firing of his Minister of Advanced Education, despite her multiple sincere apologies. Worse, the Parliamentary Secretary for Environment made those comments on the same day that the Jewish community, including Holocaust survivors, were in the Hall of Honor only steps away from this chamber commemorating Yom HaShoah. Yet the Premier routinely excuses other NDP MLAs for their anti-Semitic comments that cause harm and increase division, demonstrating a chilling double standard. So my question to the Premier, will the Premier continue to apply his double standard, or will he do the right thing, finally, and fire his Parliamentary Secretary?
Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Every one of us in this House has an obligation and a responsibility to conduct ourselves in a way that promotes the full participation of every member of British Columbia society. That's an expectation I have of every member of my caucus. I hope it's an expectation that every leader in this House has of their members of caucus. When it comes to anti-Semitism, when it comes to the Jewish community, a community that is very much feeling fear and concern about a rise in anti-Semitism, I've risen in this place on multiple occasions, and I'm happy to do it again, to confirm that our government and every member of this caucus is committed to stand with the Jewish community in British Columbia, that we will provide the resources necessary to ensure they're safe, as we did with additional security funding, and to go after those who attack them with hate, as we did with guidance for Crown Counsel, and we'll do what's necessary. That was my expectation. The member stood in this place and made his apology, as he should have done. And so we will...
Members.
We will continue to do this work, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what we need in this chamber is more than the Premier's words. It's his actions that show a double standard against Jewish people, and that is actually a failure of leadership. Now to another failure. As I've repeatedly warned, the Premier's sole focus on publicly supplying addictive drugs and legalizing meth, heroin, fentanyl, and crack does not end well. The NDP continue to fuel addiction when what we urgently need is a dramatic shift to treatment and recovery. It is our duty to provide care to those suffering from severe untreated mental health and addiction issues, involuntarily if necessary, to ensure they receive the proper care they need and deserve. And so my question to the Premier, when will the Premier completely scrap his failed, reckless decriminalization experiment, adopt BC United's Better as Possible plan, and deliver the urgent, compassionate, involuntary care that is often so desperately needed to help people?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We heard the horrific news from BC's coroner of the number of deaths last month, more than 190 deaths. The death and destruction of the toxic drug crisis is appalling and a profound concern to every member in this place and every British Columbian. There's few of us who don't know somebody who has died as a result of the toxic drug crisis. We have two key goals. One is to keep people alive, get them into treatment, get them the support that they need. And we're opening those beds. We opened 200 new treatment beds this past year alone. We're going to keep doing that work. We're also taking some inspiration from Alberta's virtual clinic for methadone and Suboxone availability and deploying that in our province as well. But we also need to have safe communities, and the federal government has confirmed the amendment to our exemption certificate to make sure that police have the tools they need to ensure that our communities are safe. Business doorways, downtowns, bus stops, and so on. This is a very challenging and serious issue. We take it that way. And I welcomed the times when all members of this House worked together on an all-party committee to chart a path forward, because in our opinion, it's not a partisan issue. We're struggling with other provinces across Canada to find the best path forward, and we're going to continue to do that work.
Leader of the Official Opposition,
Thank you.
supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can assure the member that every member of this legislature and certainly the public share the profound concern that the Premier expresses for those tragic deaths that are unfortunately happening. The difference is we look at the worsening results and say to ourselves, doing more of the same thing will not get you different results. And the NDP's focus has been to normalize the use of dangerous drugs like meth and heroin and recklessly flood communities with publicly supplied addictive drugs. Now, in stark contrast, our Better as Possible plan we announced a year and a half ago focuses on treatment and recovery. We will make treatment free because no one should ever have to mortgage their home or sell their car to access the care they or a loved one needs. So my question to the Premier, again, will the Premier end his failed decriminalization experiment and adopt BC United's Better is Possible plan that provides for free treatment, not just free drugs.
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Member. What British Columbians expect is that we do everything possible to support people getting into treatment and to keep their communities safe. And what the member suggests is the complete opposite of what we've done. We've listened to British Columbians. We've listened to police. We introduced legislation, passed it in this House to address issues that were taking place in community. Put $1 billion in the budget. We've opened 200 new treatment beds. We're going to continue to open additional treatment beds. We went to the federal government when we got tied up in court with our provincial law so that we could have the tools in place for police to be able to address issues in our community. And also, I want to just remind the member of his own words 8 months ago. And he continues to try to backtrack from his record, the record of the leader of the Conservative Party and the House leader of the Conservative Party, when every member in this House supported and voted for the all-party committee report that charted this path forward. And he said it was accepted unanimously, Honourable Speaker. The members insist there wasn't a vote. It was accepted unanimously.
Member, wait for your turn to ask.
The member himself, this was
member
just...
Give him time. Members, let's be respectful, okay?
This was just 8 months ago, Honourable Speaker. On the Today in BC podcast, quote, some of the chiefs of police were supportive of decriminalization. What they were supportive of is not charging people for small amounts of drugs. And I agree with that. That's the leader
members,
of the BC
wait for your turn,
party,
please.
Who just said, he just stood here and said that it was just our party, that it was done without his party support. And that's simply not correct, Honourable Speaker. I can tell their discomfort with their actual record, but that is the truth, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thanks very much. I'm not sure where the Premier was, but we've tried twice over the last number of weeks to actually call a vote in this legislature, and his members blocked a vote. If he's so concerned about the vote, he should call it this afternoon. And we should be clear about the record. In 2020, this government made a promise to British Columbians. Do you know what they said?
Members.
We will fast-track decriminalization. Right. That's exactly what this government promised to do. For 15 months, this Premier has willfully ignored chaos on our streets, in coffee shops, and unbelievably even in hospitals, stubbornly endorsing open public drug use despite community outrage. In response to BC United's call to ban public drug use, the minister dismissively said, and I quote, I think it would be very difficult to enforce. Municipalities have the tools they need to work with their local medical health officer, end quote. That's what this government's reaction was to banning the use of illicit drugs in the public. When will the Premier finally do the right thing? Will he acknowledge the harms that he has caused and end this disastrous decriminalization experiment completely?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I do understand that the BCUPs have changed their position, as have the member of the Conservative Party. I understand they've changed their position because the member who just asked me that question was a member of the all-party committee that provided that recommendation to the Legislative Assembly. And they did that based on the recommendations.
Members, wait for your next question. Member, wait for next question, please. Premier, welcome.
They did that based on the testimony of countless families and individuals talking about how difficult it was and how much they wish their loved ones had come forward and provided them with the information they needed to support them. I'm struggling with drugs, I'm struggling with addiction, but they felt deep shame.
Member.
Ask your question next. Suggest that.
It's one of the reasons why the member for Surrey South, just March 3rd, 2023 on the CBC, the NDP will try to tell you that we are backtracking on decrim, which is not the case. We are not backtracking on decrim. Does that mean that our party doesn't support decrim or harm reduction? Absolutely not. We do. With our whole hearts, we want to save people. I think that's the case for every member of this House, Honourable Speaker. But I think they should just be clear that they've changed their position. And that's okay. We've worked hard, too, to respond to the reality on the ground, implementing a provincial law to address some of the public use issues we've seen, and asking the federal government for support on it.
Members, wait for your turn.
You can stand up.
Wait for your turn.
And
Members.
asking the federal government to amend our certificate, Honourable Speaker.
Member supplemental.
Well, the Premier has a responsibility to stick to the facts in the legislature. Let me outline them for him. 2020.
Members. Members.
What are you laughing at? Were you the Attorney General when all this stuff messed up anyway?
Members. Let's not have crosstalk, please.
The 2 minutes?
Shh. Member from Prince George Valemount has the floor.
In 2020, this government made a promise to British Columbians they would fast-track decriminalization. The exemption was granted by the federal government before the Health Committee had even begun to do the majority of its work. That's the facts. The Premier knows it. To suggest that there has been a vote on decriminalization in this House is misleading at best. Exactly. He knows that. We accept reports by the dozen in this legislature. What the committee told the Premier was this. There was work to be done, guardrails to be put in place. There was a list of requirements. This government failed to meet every single requirement laid down by the federal government. So, nice try to the Premier. That is revisionist history, and he knows it. British Columbians are suffering the consequences of his conscious decision to fast-track decriminalization without guardrails in place. So let's be clear. This is happening because of this Premier's deliberate policy choices. So when will he get up and admit the truth and, at best case, call a vote this afternoon on decriminalization? We'd be happy to participate.
Premier.
Honourable Speaker, this is completely beside the point. British Columbians are dying. British Columbians are dying. Okay.
Members.
Okay.
Members.
I'm willing.
Members. Members. Members.
You want the truth?
Members, wait for your turn. Members.
Interested in facts now?
Premier will continue.
Honourable Speaker, I'm willing to go down this path, but under protest. The issue is keeping British Columbians alive, ensuring them they get the treatment they need, and that our communities are safe. Here's the quote from the member for Surrey South, March 3rd, 2023. Quote, I don't want to come across as not in favour because...
Member.
You should listen to this.
Member for North
This is the designated Shadow Minister for drug-related issues from the BCUP. Quote, I don't want to come across as not in favour.
Member.
I don't want to come across as not in favour because through the Select Standing Committee on Health, we have supported. The NDP will try to tell you that we are backtracking on decrim, which is not the case.
Members.
We're not backtracking on decrim. Talking about the Select Standing Committee, talking about the issue that was litigated in the election,
Members, let's not interrupt, please.
In the election where Alexa Liu, the Richmond City Councillor, ran as a BCUP, BC Liberal, BC Conservative, whatever they want to call themselves, candidate. Quote, we aren't looking to fill prisons with people using drugs, but we are trying to have it not happen in the public eye. Quote, I think it's a pretty good balance, Honourable Speaker. Now, the issue is, how do we deal with these toxic drugs in our community?
Member.
And that's the issue that I care about, that British Columbians care about, that every member of our government cares about, and we're going to take the steps necessary to address it.
Member, it's not very nice to interject and interrupt others. Wait for your question, wait for your answer. Both sides, please. Let's continue to be respectful to each other. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The 2023 Provincial Youth Development Instrument Report revealed that the kids are not all right. In the report, 38% of respondents had depression, 39% generalized anxiety, and 36% reported not seeking professional mental health care in the last 6 months, despite needing it. 1 in 4 teens report feeling lonely. Thoughts of suicide are prevalent, with 18% having seriously considered it, and 5% report attempting. This government is extremely reactive, still failing to respond to this crisis. MCFD is responsible for child and youth mental health care in this province, yet underinvestment and lack of staff supports have not met the needs. On the South Island, the average wait time for the first service with child and youth mental health is 80 days. There's only 1 emergency youth mental health unit in the South Island. Much more work is needed for kids in BC to be all right. My question through you is to the Minister of Children and Family Development. Does she think it's acceptable that youth on Southern Vancouver Island face an 80-day wait for mental health services?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for raising what is, I know to every member of this House, a very, very serious and important issue, and that is how we provide access to care and supports that children and youth need in our province. And I can say that that is something that has been a key priority for our government, and that is why we have invested significantly in upstream supports, such as expanding the Foundry network, which provides low barrier, free, completely accessible mental health and physical health supports for youth aged 12 to 25. We have 16 open Foundry centres open, 9 in the works. We'll have 35 across the province when the expansion is done. And Foundry is providing a really clear and easy path to access for kids. I hear the member's concern about how we really pull our systems together to make sure that kids can get the support that they need. So we've introduced integrated child and youth mental health teams that pull together schools, our child and youth mental health system, our healthcare system, to provide access through there as well. I very much agree that it is an area that is a top priority and that we are continuing to work with partners on a significant expansion to provide those services.
Member supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. If an 80-day wait is an example of what happens when something is a key priority of this government, we're in some trouble. Each year, the Ministry of Children and Family Development spends $160,000 per child in care. Yet funding to programs that help children, like Take a Hike Foundation, receives less from this government than the cost of 1 child in care. Take a Hike provided 1,442 hours of individual clinical counseling and 387 hours of group counseling for youth last year. 1 year. It's delivering the services this government says we need, but it gets no consistent funding out of this government's $89 billion budget. They have to apply for gaming grants.
Question, please.
My question is to the Minister of Children and Family Development. How is it that Take a Hike, a program with proven success meeting the needs of youth at risk, does not receive stable funding from this government?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I want to share again our collective gratitude for organizations like Take a Hike, who provide really critical services. They work through education, they work through our child and youth mental health system, and we're working with a number of partners across the space. We work with Dan's Legacy and a number of child and youth focused organizations. And I'd say, Honourable Speaker, that I appreciate that it is so important that when children and families reach out, that they get the help that they need. That's why we've stood up services such as integrated child and youth teams, which are provide faster access. And we are certainly working to get wait times down. They're certainly lower than they were when we came into office in 2017. We have been working to build a system where there was not a coordinated system of child and youth mental health, Honourable Speaker, and we're going to continue to do that work.
House Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The crisis of addiction in BC has reached a tipping point. People are done with the status quo of drugs, crime, and chaos. Our province is at a crossroads. We can choose to go down the BC NDP path of extremist policy trials, ideological experimentation, and more pro-drug use policy, or we in this chamber can make things right and save the lives of people who are suffering from addiction through common sense conservative policies, prevention, treatment, and healing. But in order to fix a problem, we must first admit the mistake. Much has been said in this chamber about the failed decriminalization experiment. Let's be clear, this NDP Liberal experiment failed, and people paid with their lives. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Premier, and I hope he stands and answers the question, will he commit to apologizing to the victims of his radical NDP decriminalization experiment and commit to ending the so-called safe supply of hard drugs that is killing children in British Columbia?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And of course, it's not lost, I know, on any member of this House that we just received the report from the coroner that speaks to 192 British Columbians lost. And I can tell you, Honourable Speaker, I certainly speak to a lot of families, a lot of people in my own community, as I know all members do, and a lot of people who have lost loved ones in my capacity as minister. And you know what they're asking us to do is to build the system that provides the help and the care and the support that their loved ones needed. They don't want to see more people dying from toxic drugs. And Honourable Speaker, that's why we are doing the work that we do to try every single thing that we possibly can, including whatever innovations that our public health or healthcare system advises us is going to be a potential help in dealing with a public health emergency that is the toxic drug crisis, that is not just something we're dealing with in British Columbia, but next door in Alberta, but right across the country, right across the continent. And that includes, just on how we talk to children and youth, an extensive campaign to reach out and make sure that we're communicating the message to youth that there are places where they can reach out to help to talk to them about the dangers of the illicit drug supply right now.
Member supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that the Conservative Party has been critical of the BC NDP's radical pro-drug policies. Today I am asking this NDP Premier to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor, Premier Horgan, by admitting to his failure, apologizing for his reckless approach, and moving away from the radical ideology and experimentation. British Columbians are yearning, pleading for a common-sense Conservative government that will save the lives of addicts, keep communities safe, and be straight up with people. So I ask again through you, Mr. Speaker, will the NDP Premier commit to ending the so-called safe supply of hard drugs in British Columbia and put that money towards prevention, recovery, and treatment?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The commitment that we're happy to make to British Columbians is two parts. One is we do everything we can to get people with addictions the treatment they need, get them the support they need to rebuild their lives, keep them alive to do that, and provide addictions doctors with the support and the tools they need to achieve those goals. And the other part is to ensure that our communities are safe for everybody. Now, the member says that British Columbians are crying out for his common sense. Well, let me give you just a little illustration of his common sense. Today, his leader tweeted out that he thinks the government should be raiding ICBC surpluses and taking them into general revenue again. Well, we actually made that illegal, Honourable Speaker.
Member.
That is exactly what he said.
Asked a question.
He said we
Please
shouldn't
wait
give
now.
the money back to drivers, Honourable Speaker. When British Columbians need support with costs more than ever, he said we shouldn't be giving that rebate back to drivers. We should take the money into general revenue. That was his tweet. And I told the member that I would table in this House a list of more than 10 schools where there had been protests that terrified teachers and students And that was the reason why we introduced the bill that he opposed to block protests around schools. Honourable Speaker, I've got 18 schools that I'll table after this.
Thank you.
The member stood in this place, his leader stood in this place and introduced a bill that took an example of a crank at the side of a kid's track and field meet who walked onto the field and challenged a girl who was doing shot put, saying she wasn't a girl in front of her parents. Probably the most awful day of that girl's life. And instead of responding and saying that's awful, standing in this place and introducing a bill that would say not a crank at the side of the track and field meet, but the government will storm onto the kids' track and field meet and say that's not a girl. That's his common sense, Honourable Speaker. That's nonsense.
Member for Kootenay East. Thank you, members. Member for Kootenay East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 18 months ago, the Premier promised, quote, results that people can see, feel, touch, and experience in their lives, end quote. Well, in Cranbrook, the results are devastating. What Cranbrook has experienced is record homelessness, crime, and chaos caused by the Premier's failed decriminalization and catch and release policies. As a direct consequence of these provincial NDP policy failures, Cranbrook has incurred over $350,000 in staffing, security, and cleanup costs, and has now sent the Premier the bill. Will the Premier take responsibility and cover the $350,000 spent by the City of Cranbrook due to his policy failures, yes or no?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. No doubt homelessness is a challenging situation that's being faced by communities not only in British Columbia, not only across the country, in fact, but around North America. We don't have enough housing for the people in our communities. That's why, Honourable Speaker, we've taken the steps that we have to ensure that we can increase housing supply, but not only to support the private sector to build more housing, but also expand the non-market housing space. The member knows, I'm sure he was there when the ribbons were cut on the new affordable housing that was opened in Cranbrook. They haven't seen housing for a long time, member. But we were the ones who delivered the housing, affordable housing in that community, Honourable Speaker. We're going to continue to work with Cranbrook. We're going to continue to work with communities throughout the province, Honourable Speaker, to ensure that we can build the affordable housing that people need. For too long, governments have stayed out of building housing. For too long, governments have said, you know what, people will just figure it out themselves. We're taking a different approach, Honourable Speaker. We'll work with all communities to ensure that the most vulnerable people in our community have access to housing.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 18 months ago, the Premier promised, and I quote, results that people can see, feel, touch, and experience in their lives, end quote. The results are in. Grocery costs, they've increased by 30%. Food bank lines, they're up 60% under this Premier and under this NDP government. Despite record-setting deficits, homelessness has never been higher in the history of this province than it is today under this Premier and under this government. In Surrey, homelessness, it's up a staggering 76% under the NDP. So, to the Premier, how can he defend his record-setting inflationary deficits when homelessness is worse than it has ever been?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. No doubt there's challenges when it comes to lack of housing, not only in British Columbia, across North America. The member can open up a newspaper from any jurisdiction and see that there's challenges. We have more people than housing available. Now, I appreciate that we need to do more housing and have more housing opportunities. Just a few months ago, I opened up 100 new affordable rental homes in Surrey in January. In February, we were back opening another 100, Honourable Speaker. A few weeks after that, we were opening another 50. Honourable Speaker, there's more coming this year. We are building affordable housing in Surrey like no community before, no government before us. Honourable Speaker, for 2 decades, we had governments say, we don't want to be in the business of building affordable housing. The leader of the opposition says, I was a developer. The leader of the BCU party, he says, I was a developer.
trust me, I will make sure that there will be housing. Honorable, no one believes that he'll build affordable housing, Honorable Speaker, because their record shows that was something that they were never committed to when they were on this side of the House.
The bell ends the question period. Members, pursuant to motion adopted by the Legislative Assembly Management Committee, it is my honor to table the Legislative Assembly's Reconciliation Action Plan. This plan sets out the commitments that will guide the institution's reconciliation planning and action for the next 4 years. If members will indulge me for a moment, I would like to thank the representatives from the First Nations Leadership Council, Songhees and Squamish Nations, and my Indigenous Reconciliation Advisory Committee who helped shape this plan and joined us for its release earlier today, along with many other First Nations special guests. Thank you. Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I seek leave to table a document.
Is leave granted? Please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is a list of schools in British Columbia targeted by protests in the 23-24 school year, including Lakes District Secondary School, which on September 20th, 2023 had protesters banging on school windows and yelling at students and staff. Princess Margaret Secondary, where protesters with a PA system shouted things like, "Leave our kids alone, no rainbow flags." November 17th at Harry Sayers Elementary in Abbotsford, protest targeting a specific teacher saying, quote, "Say no to sex change surgeries in BC public schools." And Strawberry Hill Elementary School in Surrey. I'm sorry, members don't want to hear this. Strawberry Hill Elementary School in Surrey, March 14th, 2024, chanting teachers' names and girls cannot be boys, boys cannot be girls, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to all members for being able to table this important list.
Member for Courtenay East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition regarding saving the 1077 steam locomotive at Fort Steele.
Thank you.
This petition, Mr. Speaker, signed by 3,861 signatories, is to garner support to save the iconic 1077 steam locomotive. The 1077 is 101 years old and has operated at Fort Steele Heritage Town in my riding of Kootenay East since the 1990s. Unfortunately, rail operations were suspended on April 9th of this year. This special locomotive draws visitors from all over the world who also enter Fort Steele to enjoy the wonderful heritage activities and livestock. This attraction bolsters the local economy, and if the 1077 does not run this season, there will be a negative economic impact. Moreover, without annual maintenance, there is a real possibility that the locomotive will never run again. Thank you.
Attorney General.
Honourable Speaker, I have the honour to present the 2023 annual report of the Forest Appeals Commission.
Just a second.
Can you run over there? Thank you.
All right, member. Minister of Labour, just a second.
Honourable Speaker, I have the honour to table WorkSafe BC 2023 annual report.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I'm maybe too new in opposition, but could I have clarification? Are we voting to receive these reports, or are these reports just being presented to the House? Because the Premier keeps insisting when we got the Health Committee report, we voted on it. I'm not hearing any votes.
Yeah, good point. Members, just to clarify, these reports are statutorily presented reports, so there is no need for a vote to be taken on that. Thank you. Member for, Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted? Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier we met a group of grade 4s from Blessed Sacrament School in my riding, Vancouver Fairview. We're now joined by a group of grade 5 students and their teacher, Mr. Marc Tremblay. As mentioned, it's a French immersion school and historically a Francophone district in my riding of Vancouver Fairview, which is also next to Vancouver's only Francophone church. Will the House please make these students very, very welcome?
Member for Richmond South Centre. Member.
Honourable Speaker, I have the honour to present the first report of the Select Standing Committee on the Parliamentary Reform, Ethics Conduct, Standings Orders and Private Bills regarding the Committee's consideration of a revision of the Civil Fortitude Act pursuant to the Statute Revision Act. I move a report to be taken as read and received.
Member, the question is the report be taken as read and received. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member? Member will continue.
Honourable Speaker, I have the honour to present the second report of the Select Standing Committee on the Parliamentary Reform, Ethics Conduct, Standing Orders and Private Bills on Bill number PR 401, intituled Vancouver Foundation Act. I move that a report be taken as read and received.
Member, the question is the report be taken as read and received. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member?
Honourable Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion to adopt the report.
Is leave granted? Aye. Please continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In moving adoption of a report, I'd like to make a few brief remarks. The Vancouver Foundation was first established as a corporation by the Vancouver Foundation Act in 1950. The foundation works with individuals, charities, and businesses to establish endowment funds. The income from those endowments is distributed to charities across BC. The Act has been amended a number of times over the years, and now the Vancouver Foundation would like to replace the existing Act with a new Act that continues the corporation, grants its legal capacity, provides for changes related to its administration, including the governance structure of a board of directors, as well as other incidental changes. Bill PR 401 into Vancouver Foundation Act, which seeks to give effect to these changes, was introduced and read the first time on May 1st, 2024. It then stood referred to the Select Standing Committee on Parliamentary Reform, Ethics Conduct, Standing Order and Private Bills. On May 6, 2024, the committee met and considered proposed private bill and asked questions of the representatives of Vancouver Foundation. The committee agreed to recommend to this House that the bill proceed as presented. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Motion is the adoption of the report. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Who's that? Oh, member. The member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I rise to reserve my right to raise a point of privilege with regards to the Premier's misleading comments today in question period.
Thank you, Mr. Member. Thank you. We'll take it under advisement. Anybody else? Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the main chamber, call Committee of the Whole for Bill 21, Legal Professions Act, and Douglas for Committee Room call Committee of the Whole for Bill 23, Anti-Racism Act, and Birch Committee Room call Committee of Supply for Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Committee chairs.
Okay, members, here with Bill 21, Committee Stage, the Legal Professions Act, and we were last on Clause 1. Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to resume the committee process on Bill 21, Legal Professions Act. The Attorney General, in her response to my last question when we adjourned yesterday, I didn't have any further opportunity to respond to her points that she made, and I just want to take this opportunity now. The Attorney General expressed that she had yet to hear, in quotes, the member opposite, that would be me, comment on once on the important improvement for British Columbians in this province to support that initiative. That is this Attorney General stating that the whole purpose and goal of this bill is to, I think there's a missing word here, but I'll just put it in, improve access to justice for British Columbians. Either that or she's suggesting there is no access to justice for British Columbians now. But let's assume for the moment that the whole focus, the whole purpose and goal of this bill is access to justice for British Columbians. Her concern is that I've not expressed any point on that. I would just refer the Attorney General back to my 2-hour designated speech in this chamber on Bill 21. Within the first 5 paragraphs, I talk about recognizing at the outset, specifically to the notaries that operate in our province, that we are the only province other than Quebec that has a special separate act for notaries. And this bill is taking the step, as notaries were recognized, to bring about a single regulator to advance the expansion of scope of practice for notaries, also licensed paralegals as well. I make reference to the fact that I'll talk about that later in the speech. I go on in the speech in second reading, Mr. Chair, in the midpoint of the speech, to talk about UN Basic Principle 24. And that states that lawyers shall be entitled to form and join self-governing professional associations to represent their interests, promote their continuing education and training, and protect their professional integrity. The executive body of professional associations shall be elected by its members and shall exercise its functions without external interference. Of course, Mr. Chair, we will have a robust, significant discussion about the core issue relating to the elimination of self-regulation for lawyers in our province and shifting the balance in terms of not having the majority of lawyers be elected to the governing body that regulates the legal profession in this province. But specifically, Mr. Chair, I focus on the words their interest, as referred to in UN Basic Principle 24. And I said that I know, in recognizing the Attorney General's statement, even on first reading or second reading, that the reason why this government is bringing forward this legislation is speaking to the public in a retail sense, but it's recognizing that what the Attorney General is referring to is not just to those who can't afford and need access to legal aid, but there are others, of course, in society that need greater access to legal services. I recognize at that point the organizations like Access Pro Bono, which was established by the Law Society of British Columbia, the organization that this government is eliminating by virtue of this bill. That the Law Society of British Columbia, for example, has been very focused on different initiatives, including with this government in 2018 in the area of family licensed paralegals, in the area of family law, a process that has, for some reasons to do with the Law Society as well, but still the desire to move forward with this government to implement the changes that were contemplated in 2018 under this government, under this Premier, who was the former Attorney General when those initiatives were brought forward. And I was, at the time, the Shadow Minister Attorney General as well back then. But I said that Access Pro Bono is a good example of the kind of organization that is needed to support access to justice for many British Columbians, and particularly those that can't afford legal services. And for those individuals who want to get access to free legal information, I then talked about my history at UVic Law School as a law student. Here in Victoria, participating in SLIC, as it was then called, the Student Legal Information Clinic. And we know, of course, at UBC Law, it's the LSLAP program, including in Chinatown, Vancouver, where you don't have just law students providing legal information, you have them do it under supervision by practitioners in law who are giving of their time. I talked about access pro bono as being a real furtherance of the efforts of members of the bar, the 14,000 lawyers that this government wants to regulate with their oversight, providing their time and their expertise on a pro bono basis to give access to British Columbians for legal advice and legal guidance to deal with areas of common issues that they need help with, whether it's a landlord, with their spouse, with their business, with a dispute, with a neighbor, and other very, very concerning disputes that I know that British Columbians need legal input and advice on and guidance on. Mr. Chair, these are a few examples of my second reading speech. And I know that the Attorney General may have been busy with other bills. There has been many bills hit the House that she is responsible for. Bill 22, the School Safety Act that I also had the opportunity to review with her in committee. Bill 23, the anti-racism legislation that this government has worked on to follow the anti-racism data legislation, which this minister is responsible for, but because of the scheduling of the House, this minister and this Attorney General can't even answer the questions that we have about that bill, because she's been pulled into this chamber to deal with this bill at the same time. It's the same reason why I can't be there. It's the same reason why I can't even be in the estimates process for the minister that I'm responsible to be the critic of, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. But having said all that, I certainly wanted, for the benefit of the Attorney General, when she says that I've not made one statement recognizing the importance of access to justice, that's clearly incorrect, Mr. Chair. And I will just point out the rest of this. In the end of the second reading speech, I talked about, quite frankly, the point that's also hit upon in the What We Heard report. What is the number one concern about getting access to legal services? It's cost. And we know, as I've said in my second reading speech, that this has been a challenge for successive governments. This one, the former one under Premier John Horgan, the former one under Premier Christy Clark, the former one under Premier Gordon Campbell, for example. Successive governments have had that challenge to ensure that we have appropriate access to justice through legal aid in supporting and making sure we have the necessary resources. But I spoke on second reading about the fact that it was the NDP, of course, under the NDP government, Mo Sahota, Glenn Clark when he was Premier, the current Minister of Health when he was Chief of Staff to Premier Glenn Clark, that brought this forward. And at the time, Mo Sahota said, as much as that measure may be seen to be tough by members of my profession, meaning the legal profession, in fairness, we are also saying that we want to redirect government resources towards legal aid. The new tax on legal fees will go a long way to make sure that the working poor in this province, who have traditionally had difficulty getting access to lawyers, that is, the affluent areas of society, will now have a comprehensive legal aid system that will assist them in protecting their rights. I will reserve my comments for later in this committee to review about the choice of words, working poor and affluent members of society. This is the NDP language use of dividing classes of society, and that continues under this current government. This is the perspective that is brought to this chamber, the disrespect for those who practice law, which is undermining and is here in this legal professions bill. But this is the kind of concern when we talk about government control, even how they see the legal profession, that dates back to 1992 when they imposed a PST that's collected now, Mr. Chair, to date, it's been estimated, has collected in the whole history of this province $6 billion. $6 $6 billion. Last year alone, it was $286 million. For the last number of years, it's been $200 million annually. So if this Attorney General wants to ask questions to me about access to justice, I'm happy to engage. I said it on the record in second reading. I pointed out that it was a former NDP government creation back in 1992, and as I said, I will acknowledge that successive governments have had this challenge. These funds that were dedicated, the PST on legal services that was imposed back in 1992, has never been solely directed towards legal aid. So when we talk about improving access to justice, the single move that this government could be doing is increasing the resources to legal aid in our province. This is something that I certainly had the discussion with the Premier when he was Attorney General, and the Attorney General was under some degree of pressure, let's say, from those who work in the legal aid sector, who met with the Premier when he was Attorney General, and the Attorney General did increase some level of resource towards legal aid when he was Attorney General. But as I point out, my understanding is that really when you look back at those years in 2019, 2020, that those supports really, when you look back at it in the course of the pandemic, they were basically cost of living adjustments that have been provided to the legal aid sector. So the government may say this is the whole and sole purpose, but it doesn't demonstrate that. They created that PST. They still do not ensure, when they've had the opportunity the last 7 years, when the Premier, as the Attorney General, had the opportunity to increase the resources in a more significant, meaningful way, to redirect those funds as they should be, because that's what lawyers have borne for these many years. If we wanted to really talk about improving access to justice and legal services, that's what this government should be focused on. And so I also said in my statement on April 25th, on behalf of the BC United Official Opposition Caucus, that we recognize the importance of expanding the scope of practice for notaries and licensed paralegals. We recognize the importance of the Indigenous Justice Council that is contemplated under this bill, but we are very concerned and don't see the reason why that needs any of those modernizations, needs the elimination of self-regulation of the legal profession by eliminating the majority of lawyers on their regulatory board, combined as it is as a single regulator, not being directly elected by 14,000 lawyers in this province. So that, Mr. Chair, I just invite the Attorney General to at least acknowledge that I've made those statements in this House on this bill, in the public as well, in public statement. I'm happy, as I just did, to summarize my comments on this at this juncture. I know that access to justice and access to legal services is an important element of this bill. We will have the opportunity to review that. I'm just going to, certainly the Attorney General can respond to that if she wishes, but I will ask a question just so that we can continue with the committee process, but that is by no means suggesting that she, if invited, as I do, can at least acknowledge that I've made those statements in second reading and in the public. I know that the Attorney General had listed the number of associations that had been engaged with, and I had asked the question, which of these organizations were put under an NDA other than Law Society? Although as I'm looking at this list, I don't think I see the Law Society of British Columbia referred to here anyways. Oh, there it is. So other than the Law Society of British Columbia and CBA of BC, which I generally understand were under an NDA, are any of these other associations that she listed, including the Law Society of Saskatchewan, Law Society of Manitoba, South Asian Bar Association, Lawyers' Rights Watch, Canadian Defence Lawyers, the Society of Notaries Public, perhaps that one, I don't know. The BC Paralegal Association, perhaps that one, I don't know. The Community Legal Assistance Association, Access Pro Bono itself, the Courthouse Libraries, Access to Justice Centre at UVic, Capilano University, Ms. Lisa Trabuco, or Mr. Jordan Furlong, or the College of Immigration and Citizenship Consultants, were any of these organizations or any other organizations that were openly engaged with in this process that I'm still going to get at with the Attorney General, were any of these organizations under a non-disclosure agreement in the context of Bill 21?
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start by acknowledging that, yes, I did not hear the member's second reading speech. So I hear, and I thank you for quoting that, the times that he did speak about access to justice and his role in that as a UVic student. And I hear that he recognizes that as important. And I also heard from him that he sees it as an important element of this bill. So I will start by acknowledging that. I wanted to speak a little bit about access to justice, because I think both the member and I share also the idea that expanding access to justice is a very important issue within the legal profession and for British Columbians. Our approach as a government has been to steadily invest in the increase of legal aid services over the province and also in free legal services throughout the province, and we've done that in a few ways. I'll just start by saying that in 2002, we saw devastating cuts to legal aid services in British Columbia, 40% cut across the board in legal aid services and 60% cut to family law, and the complete elimination of the poverty law services in the province, and the cut to the number of staff from 460 to 155, and the number of offices from 42 to just 7 in terms of legal aid services in the province. Since 2017, there's been an increase for funding for legal aid by over $34 million. Just recently, I announced through a settlement with Single Mothers Alliance, the expansion, an investment of $29 million into family law legal aid, an expansion of family law legal aid services that will result in 4,500 more people receiving access to legal services in this province. We are investing in opening up Indigenous justice centers that are staffed by lawyers to specifically serve Indigenous people in the justice system. Through expansion of family access centers and justice access centers, we're providing legal information and resources to people. We're investing in other clinics across the province for legal resources for people. Since 2017, we've been steadily investing in access to legal services in this province and continue to do that work. The reason that this bill is an important aspect of that is because of, as the member mentioned, the notaries and the paralegals, and the ability of not only expanded scope, but to have a new category of registered paralegals in this province that could provide, through their scope of practice, legal services to British Columbians across this province. We've seen this happen in jurisdictions across North America and the world, and we've seen it as a tool to help provide access to services to people. 6 out of 10 people in the province, and this is from the Law Society study, do not go to a lawyer even if they have a legal problem, and cost, as the member mentioned, being one of their prohibitive factors. This is a tool, and one of the many tools we're using to open up access to justice in this province. I'll say of the list that the member, I explained last time when we were at this, I think yesterday, about how NDAs are used, and they're used to protect confidentiality, like draft bills, but also because in certain stages of a consultation, it's super important to get a real look, have experts and people that are closely tied to that issue take a look at a draft bill so we can receive input. We wanted to receive input from those parties in a way that protected the confidentiality of the process, but allowed us to work on the bill and understand perspectives on the actual draft language that was being proposed. So although it's not everybody in the organizations that were under an NDA for those discussions, but key players, and it wouldn't be for the whole time that this was from our intention paper to the introduction of the bill that was the case. Of the people that the member mentioned, I'm informed that the CBA, the Law Society, the Notaries Public, the BC Paralegals, Lisa Trabuca and John Furlong, and that again, Jordan Furlong, and again, it's specifically important in the context of a draft bill that we have the opportunity to get people's feedback on the language of the bill.
Member.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Attorney General's acknowledgement. And obviously, we could have a significant back and forth about funding of legal aid in our province and the history of that and where we're at. And I would just certainly note, as the Attorney General may be aware, in my previous debates with the Premier as the former Attorney General, we had some good level of discussion to recognize the importance of funding, increasing funding towards legal aid. That's something certainly that I was supportive of and saying as the former critic for the Attorney General, and certainly in the context of this bill, as I've already stated before, I recognize the continued importance of ensuring that there is greater resources put towards legal aid in the province, and I'm questioning where we are with this and all the focus. That's the reason why I raised that, of course. And just as a little footnote, as another organization that I just personally would like to give a brief mention, which is when we talk about the Courthouse Libraries Association, we know that in our courthouses, including in Vancouver and downtown, that there has been an organization that organizes visits for originally school children, field trips to the law courts. And we still have Justice Week to recognize the importance of understanding in a public education point of view, the appreciation for our courts. We have school children and school groups come through our Legislative Assembly and precinct here as well, including today. But there is an organization that has gone further beyond the original mandate, which is called the Justice Education Society. I used to be on the board of that organization, and it's an organization that also has resources, online or otherwise, components, including in family law and immigration and other aspects where general members of the public can, as a resource, go seek some resources there. They also do work in other countries in terms of the importance of rule of law and democratic societies. Just coming back to the Attorney General's response, though, thank you to the Attorney General for clarifying. So as we say that, certainly I do appreciate, again, the NDAs for organizations like or specifically the Law Society, CBA Vancouver, and the Notaries, BC Paralegal Association.
Mr. Trabuco and Mr. Furlong. The other organizations, though, that the Attorney General had indicated had provided feedback, what were these organizations providing feedback on if they weren't under a NDA with a version, a draft of the bill? What were they actually provided with in order to provide feedback? What were they actually giving feedback on to government in respect of Bill 21?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned a little bit, but maybe I'll start again at the beginning. So we mentioned the Caton report. We'll take it to the time period where, before the intentions paper, our team, before the intentions paper, sat down with the Law Society, the notaries, and the BC paralegals, and this was a multi-day process between March and June to come up with the policy intentions related to the single regulator project. And in the intentions paper, and I have it before me now, it's very detailed in the sense where it breaks down in multiple categories, things like the importance of independence, reconciliation, single statute, single regulator, the modern governance framework, flexible licensing frameworks, and a caution against overregulation, and a future review in terms of an enhanced focus on public interest and what the ministry's intentions are. As we'll go through the content of the bill, we will see a direct through line between these very detailed policy intentions that were developed in collaboration with the Law Society, the notaries, and BC paralegals with the content of the bill. And with that intentions paper and the details that were developed through that policy intention that was released publicly, and we received, I think I outlined the number of public feedback that we received once we released the intentions paper. The CBA in October 2022 hosted a series of virtual and in-person roundtables for lawyers, CBA members and non-members to provide their view on the proposed reforms out of the intentions paper, and had that series of engagements that formed the submission that was provided to us, which is a report of governance through the Law Society of British Columbia, to discuss the intentions paper and the report, and they provided us feedback related to those engagements. And I see here there were a series of them at that time. And then after that, we summarized what we heard from the detailed policy intention that we provided with the what we heard report, which outlined a demographic of who provided us input, but also including dividing it between the general public and the different professions. How have lawyers reacted, how have notaries reacted, how have paralegals reacted, and how have nonprofit providers reacted in the various categories. And we set out pretty clearly what we heard in terms of the project of a single regulator, self-regulation, the independence of the bar, and different aspects of what we heard from that consultation. And then later on, as I mentioned, I released a public document that outlined how the development from all the way from the first part of the intentions paper that was developed in collaboration with those bodies, as I mentioned, out to what we were working on in the draft bill to provide details of exactly what would be contained in the bill. And so that was the whole process in terms of engagement. And along that way, we have met, and my team have met multiple times with various organizations and experts, as I outlined the last time.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to the Chair. I appreciate the Attorney General running through that. We had some discussion last time when we started on Clause 1 of this bill. I think it's important, Madam Chair, that we understand the breadth and scope of the level of consultation on this bill, given that, of course, both the Law Society and the CBA BC branch representing lawyers across our province have expressed quite a bit of concern relating to the lack of consultation, the need for greater consultation now that the bill has been introduced, the 317 clauses. So I'm trying to understand, of course, the way the government has approached getting to this place with Bill 21 in its current form. I know that what the Attorney General is referring to, and I'd ask her to, because I'm not sure I've heard her refer to this document, but she has described the document. I certainly have a copy of the document, as does the general public. presume it's out there in the public realm, but it's the Legal Professions Regulatory Modernization Ministry of Attorney General public update dated March 2024. This was, of course, released only a few months ago, and it predated, of course, the actual tabling of the bill. So this bill was tabled, I believe, in the middle of April, in that second week of April. This report, I need to, perhaps the Attorney General can clarify, when was this report, given that there's no specific date in March that was stated on the cover of the report? I don't see any other date. Can the Minister, the Attorney General, confirm what date in March this update was circulated? And then secondly, what I understand the Attorney General to be saying is that when she makes reference, when I look back at our discussion yesterday, to the period of time, as the Attorney General just ran through, since the intentions paper, there was the What We Heard report, and then this reference that I was trying to get at when the Attorney General answered with the longer list of associations, when she said, and the open consultations were received input from anyone who wanted to but the professions. So I think that suggests that there was open consultations, that's the words the Attorney General used, and that they included other organizations and individuals outside of the organizations like the Law Society or CBABC that were under NDAs. So I think that that's a consistent response. So just to reconfirm that, again, any of the so-called open consultations, including, as the Attorney General referred to, when she goes to stakeholder events and she's out doing the duties of the Attorney General in the public, and she addresses questions, presumably questions like, can you give us an update on where you're at with the legal professions regulatory modernization as you communicated in your initial intentions paper back in September 2022? And so I presume her answers then would go on to talk about, well, I put out the What We Heard report, and we're moving forward with this bill to introduce it in this upcoming session, and I'm going to put out a report to give you an update in March of 2024, and then I'm going to table the bill. So I'm just trying to clarify, Madam Chair, in characterizing it in that manner, if the Attorney General could just clarify again the nature and scope of these so-called open consultations, that they were presumably, as the Attorney General indicated, I think, generally here, and also yesterday, that they relate back to the intentions paper as updated by the What We Heard report, and presumably anything, of course, between the March 2024 public update and the tabling of the bill in the middle of April. So we have three principal documents other than the bill itself. So for all the other individuals and associations in this province that were engaged with in some manner with the Attorney General and the Ministry of the Attorney General, that we have three documents that would have been available to them that they were commenting on. Is that correct?
Minister.
Madam Chair, I'd like to seek leave for an introduction.
Members, you've heard the question. All those in favor say yes.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. With great pleasure, I'd like to welcome Templeton Secondary here. They're up here in the house, and we have teacher Maria Darwoon and probably other people that are here supporting them. I hope that they are having a great day today. For my riding in East Van, I think there's 29 people in their grade 10s. Welcome to the house.
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. All of the documents that I mentioned between the public intentions paper, the What We Heard document, and my public update were all made public and available to everybody in British Columbia through our normal practices. After the intentions paper, we released through our usual government processes a consultation open to the public. And this was for people out there to give feedback to us, anybody who wanted, on the intentions paper that was detailed on the policy intentions related to the legal professions regulatory update. And as is mentioned, we heard, this was in the spring and summer of 2022, we heard from 222 lawyers, 218 paralegals, 71 notaries, and 211 members of the public who completed the survey. In addition, 96 individuals and organizations provided the written submissions by emails, including current regulators, professional associations, nonprofit legal providers, legal scholars, as well as numerous individual lawyers, notaries, and paralegals.
Member.
And just to ask again, what was the date of the Legal Professions Modernization, Regulatory Modernization, Ministry of Attorney General Public Update, March? What date in 2024?
Minister.
That took a bit of time, and we wanted to verify the exact time and date that it went live, and it was March 18th at 9 in the morning that the public document was live, and that was in response to organizations like the CBA that was saying that we should give a public update that lawyers and other professionals could look at that showed where we were in our policy decisions related to the bill.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the clerk to confirm that the Bill 21 was introduced on first reading on April 10th of this year. So on its face, 23 days later, between the update, which is 10 pages long, the government introduced their entire bill, which is 317 clauses. I don't know how many pages that is because there's no page numbers on my version, but many pages. I do know, as the Attorney General indicates, that certainly I became the critic again for the Attorney General in early February. I don't have that date in my head either, exactly when that was, but it was in early February is my recollection. But even as the MLA for Vancouver-Langer, as someone who was the former critic for Justice and Attorney General, I've had a running dialogue, let's say, with members of the legal profession about this direction that the government was heading in. And so I certainly heard from members of the bar about the lack of understanding, clarity as to where the government was. That even after the What We Heard report and even the intentions paper back in September 2022, for which both the Law Society, for example, and the CBA had put out their responses to that intentions paper formally, that other than the What We Heard report, there was no further word about where the government was on its project to put forward the modernization of legal professions. So there was effectively 23 days between the time of this update on March 18th, 2024, and the time that the bill was introduced on April 10th. I wanted to clarify, though, with the Attorney General, though, about the survey. So the mechanism for public engagement, and the Attorney General has again talked about what's set out on page 2 and 3 of the What We Heard report in terms of the numbers. And I've stated, of course, that 222 lawyers responding to a survey of 16 questions out of 14,000 lawyers doesn't seem to be a lot of engagement, particularly when the kinds of questions that were being asked in the survey are pretty basic questions that may not even be related necessarily directly to the construct, the details, the architecture of the Legal Professions Act. So we have seen in the questions that I would say questions of the 16 questions that were given, some of them relate to where do you live, what's your age, whether you're an Indigenous person, what do you identify as, which I dare say continues to focus on certain types of people, or the general prefer not to answer. Whether you're a woman, a man, a gender diverse person, or again prefer not to answer, your level of education, your income. So, Madam Chair, I just listed 7 questions out of 16. But let's start with this question, Madam Chair. Question 9. Do you have any feedback on the intentions paper 1,600 character limit? And if you wish to provide additional feedback, please email your comments or submission to pld@gov.bc.ca. So I presume, and I'd ask the Attorney General to confirm, that in response to the, I'd ask, on page 3, it refers to, in addition to the open-ended survey comments, I think question 8 arguably is an open-ended, I mean, let's just ask the question, what are the, of the 16 questions, what were the open-ended survey open-ended survey comments? What is that referring to?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start by saying that although the online survey and the intentions paper were a portion of how we captured the public's input, there were other ways that we did that. As certainly when we do public consultation in government, the best way to do it is to get the word out in many different ways. And so whether it was direct meetings with my team, with different parties, or whether it was me attending meetings and speaking directly about their intentions and asking questions from the members of that organization, which I certainly did quite a bit. And just in terms of the specific question related to the survey, there were 2 streams in the survey. One stream was for the general public, because access to justice and access to legal services is such a key component of the work that we're doing with this piece of legislation, that we really wanted to understand and have an ability for the public to give us feedback related to their needs and their an understanding of how a legal profession's regulation can serve them in a better way when it comes to access to justice. So there was if it was a person that was not a legal professional, a notary, paralegal, or a lawyer, there was a different public stream of questions that we asked them. If they identified as a legal professional, then of course they had very specific things we wanted to get from them, so there was a different stream related to that. And also the ability for legal professionals to give us written submissions in detail in response to the intentions paper, if that's what they chose to do. And I think I mentioned before that we received 96 written submissions, detailed ones from a range of experts and organizations in the legal professional field. So that's how we approach the taking of information. And as I mentioned already, the different times we engaged both the legal professionals and the public, all the way from the development of the intention paper, which heavily involved the key associations, all the way up to the public document, which was released before And then on top of that, the draft consultation bills that were provided to very key people to take a look at the draft bill and give us their feedback directly.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that the Attorney General had ended again on the copies of the bills that were provided to certain organizations under non-disclosure agreements. We have touched on that. We will come back to that discussion. I'm just trying, Madam Chair, to have an understanding here on Clause 1 about the other levels of consultation that have occurred. And the primary vehicle to express, as far as I can see, as to what is occurring at within the intentions paper is the What We Heard report. When I look at page 2 of the report, it talks about, Madam Chair, the public engagement that took place from September 14th to November 18th, 2022. And during that engagement period, the intentions paper and a public survey were posted on the website. Legal professionals and the general public were invited to provide feedback by completing the survey or by sending a written submission by email to the ministry. The survey consisted of 16 questions. A copy of the survey instrument is included at Appendix A of the What We Heard report. So this is, Madam Chair, what I've been referring to. The Attorney General in her response just now referred to the fact that there was a second form of survey for legal professionals. I don't see that attached to the What We Heard report. The What We Heard report, presumably, and this is another level of questions as to what's summarized in the document itself. So where is the form of the survey that was provided to legal professionals, and can the Attorney General please table that form of legal survey? Because I'd like to understand what questions are being asked to legal professionals in writing.
Minister.
Happy to clarify what I said previously a little bit more to explain the way the survey happened online. So there were certain questions that were related to the general public, as I mentioned, and ones that were specific to lawyers. So If question 1, you identified as a lawyer, notary public, or paralegal, or professor or other, so a specialized or a professional in that area, then you were taken to question 9. So the demographic or the use of legal services questions that were noted from question 2 to question 8 were not asked of those individuals, because that those were mostly about access to justice or use of legal services. And we provided not only, we provided, and I think this is sometimes considered a really good way of getting feedback, because it's not just specifically asking targeted questions. What we asked of legal professionals is, do you have any feedback on the intentions paper? So it was 1,600 character limit, as the member mentioned, but oftentimes we also put in there, if you have any additional feedback, email your comments to the following email address, so we could make sure that if people had some things that was beyond the 1,600 character limit, they were able to provide it by email. So those were the differences between whether you identified as a legal professional or the member of the public in terms of the survey.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a helpful clarification, because I thought I heard in the previous response from the Attorney General that there were 2 forms of survey. I clearly see that there's only 1 form of survey, of course, attached to the what we heard report, and I do see that in question 1, as the Attorney General says, if you were a lawyer, that you would skip to question 9. And effectively, I see that on this 16-question survey, once you skip to question 9 and provide your feedback on the intentions paper, that for the remaining questions, there are 3 other questions that you're asked, because the other questions in the survey, question 10, 11, 12, and 16, and 13, say public respondents only. So just to confirm there, through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, just because I think this is an important level of clarity, just so I'm not grabbing the wrong end of the stick, as they say, I presume, and I just want to confirm, that when these questions 10, 11, 12, 13, and 16, that meant that legal professionals would not need to be filling that part out. So that leaves the only other questions to be filled out by these legal professionals, questions 14 and 15, which relates to, are you an Indigenous person, and what region of the province do you live in?
Minister.
So the way that the survey was, I guess, channeling people to answers was after question, if you identify as a legal professional, you would answer question 9, and then question 15. So in what region do you live? And there was a list of regions across BC, so we had a regional breakdown of who was answering.
Member.
So when we look at something that the Attorney General has said, that out of the 776 completed surveys, they included 539 surveys submitted by legal professionals and 211 by public respondents. Just on the public respondents part, the 211 public respondents, how many of those 211 public respondents completed question 9 and provided feedback on the intentions paper?
Minister.
I think this is a what we heard report. If you go to table 1.2, it breaks down the survey question for number 9, and it says general public 114 answered that particular question.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the reference to table 1.2. And so of the 539 surveys completed by legal professionals, there were approximately 223 provided by lawyers, paralegals, and notaries, and 7 more provided by legal academics, instructors, and researchers. So 7 responses. When we're talking about legal professionals, small question, which I'll move on to another one, but just as a quick point, legal professionals, does that include legal academics, instructors, or researchers? That's small question number 1. In terms of the rest of the question, though, we are seeing then that of the general public, of the 211 public respondents, 114 of the 211 filled out question 9, and then 18 others, maybe they're general public, maybe they're legal profession, hard to tell because they're just other. So basically, if it's 230 or something like that out of 539, less than half of the legal professionals that completed the survey actually provided feedback on the intentions paper. So as we talk about the number of completed surveys, well, I guess we're talking 222, 440, 511, so 539 likely when you include the legal academics. So out of the 539, and we're back to that, half of them, less than half, actually submitted comments on the intentions paper. So now we're talking about in the entire universe of 14,000 lawyers plus the number of notaries and paralegals in this province. And perhaps I could ask the Attorney General to confirm, just so we understand the universe, so to speak, as I just used that word, what is the Attorney General's current understanding as to the number of notaries that are in this province of British Columbia and the number of paralegals in this province, so that we understand how many legal professionals this bill applies to and how many could have been consulted with regarding this fundamental change. And recognizing that only 230 of them or so actually provided feedback on the intentions paper, which is less than half of the legal professionals that actually completed the survey. So perhaps I could just stop there and ask the Attorney General just to confirm some of those numbers.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. There are 410 practicing notaries in the province of British Columbia. Paralegals is a harder number because they're not a regulated profession to pin down, but the BC Paralegals, I think, Association has about 900 plus members. It's important to note that when the intentions paper was released, the CBA and the Law Society, so that would have been all licensed lawyers, I think it's like 14,000 or something, and the CBA membership with about approximately 7,800, they would have received the intentions paper, all of them, or a notification of where to find it. And then the CBA in that process, as I mentioned before, after the intentions paper, had sessions to engage with their members, so lawyers, and they would be the ones to know how many people showed up at those engagements. And maybe we could ask them to, if the member wants that information. And then the CBA, from those engagements, gave us a written submission on what resulted from their engagements. So in terms of that, yes, the public survey was one aspect of engagement with lawyers, but the distribution of the intentions paper from the Law Society to all licensed lawyers in the CBA to their membership, and then the engagement on the intentions paper, which formed their written summations, was also a part of it.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reference to the process of the CBA and the response to the intentions paper, there is a response, Madam Chair, from the CBA British Columbia branch dated November 18th, 2022. That certainly follows the September 2022 intentions paper date. Again, Ministry, for whatever reason, does not put exact dates on their cover pages, but some date in September 2022. The turnaround was within at least 6 weeks by the CBA to provide their immediate comment back. And at that time, the CBA had the number 16,000 lawyers, 400 notaries, and I'm just reading it here, and the number of paralegals to be regulated as unknown, but is expected to be fewer than 500. So somewhere between 500 and 900 plus is the understanding. The certainly the level of response from CBA that I read back in the 2022-23 period was a robust response, and that is something that we may have the opportunity to discuss here, because it is part, as the Attorney General indicates, the Attorney General sees that as part of the consultation process. So the CBA took the opportunity to, as the Attorney General indicated, to go consult to the extent that they were able to, and then provide in their report the results of the series of virtual and in-person roundtables with lawyers that the CBA BC conducted. It indicates that that was in October of 2022. So there would be, you would think, Madam Chair, significant weight put on this response. And we will look at that. The What We Heard report, as we've discussed, was issued in May of 2023. 6 months after the CBA BC branch turned around their process to give initial feedback to what was the intentions paper, to the extent that there is any detail in this paper, which is longer than the update in March of 2024. the original intentions paper in September 2022, was certainly, maybe it's in bigger font, maybe that's the issue, but yeah, it's in bigger font. So one can compare the numbers of words, but the point being that they're similar documents, but there certainly was a pretty robust response from the Canadian Bar Association and the Law Society of British Columbia to the intentions paper. Coming back, though, to this survey, such as it is, we know that of the survey, the so-called question 9 on the survey, which is an open-ended question to just provide any feedback on the intentions paper by lawyers. We know that 116 lawyers out of the 222 completed the survey. I will say that means that, Madam Chair, the 106 lawyers that chose not to provide an answer to question 9 basically completed the survey by indicating whether they were Indigenous and where they live. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you. It's very difficult to speculate in terms of why somebody might choose or choose not to fill out all the answers in a public survey. It could be that they opted for a written submission instead, as was optional to them, or it could be that they decided that their level of interest in commenting on the project was not high and they didn't want to after reading the intentions paper. So it's hard to know the answer to that question.
Member.
So, Madam Chair, the importance of focusing on the What We Heard report is because the government and the Attorney General points to it as the vehicle through which there has been some engagement process. And this is, again, on the premise of the intentions paper in the face of detailed responses by both the CBA and the Law Society, then continuing down this road to provide an update only 23 days before they tabled Bill 21 in this House on April 10th. So it's important to understand, even though amongst the 14 or 16,000 lawyers in this province, there were 116 that actually completed the survey, and then there's 96 written submissions. So of the 96 written submissions, can the Attorney General please provide the breakdown as to who, and I know that there's general wording, the submissions were provided by individual legal professionals, public respondents, as well as organizations. So of those categories of respondents, let's say, how many were actually provided, of the 96 written submissions, how many were provided by individual legal professionals, to use the term that's used on page 3 of the What We Heard report?
Minister.
To answer that question, I'll refer the member to Table 1.3 of the What We Heard report, where it talks about the number and type of written submissions sent by email by respondent type. And under there, you can see that there's 28 lawyers that provided written submissions.
Member.
So as I work through the three tables, Table 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3, it's clear, Madam Chair, that of the 222 lawyers that provided surveys, 116 of them responded to question 9. And that leaves 106 that did not respond to question 9. Of the 106 that did not respond to survey question number 9, only 28 out of the 106 responded, which leaves what is that, 78 respondents who are lawyers who didn't bother, what I mean by that, who did not answer question 9 by sending in an email and to provide feedback, or didn't use their 1,600 character limit to provide feedback on question 9, and didn't send a written submission directly by email. So these lawyers, these 78 lawyers, completed the survey by opening the survey, telling the government whether they're an Indigenous person or other, or prefer not to answer, and what region of the province they lived in. We're talking 78 out of 222 lawyers out of a universe of 14,000 to 16,000 lawyers. So we're now down to, of the 212, 22 lawyers, basically 116 plus 28, 144 lawyers out of, so we're talking less than 1%. Is that right? Is that math right? 14,000, 1,400, 140 lawyers out of 14,000 lawyers, less than 1%. Well, let me ask you this other question then, Mr. Chair. Recognizing, of course, and welcome to the Chair, that the Law Society, of course, is governed under an elected body, 25 elected directly by the membership of the bar out of 32, but there's regions represented. So I'm just trying to understand here the limited scope of this survey instrument, and of course the only piece of information other than whether the person's Indigenous or not, meaning whether the legal profession, the lawyer, is Indigenous or not, which I recognize is an important consideration to focus on, given the nature of Bill 21 and the Indigenous Council and the work of the First Nations Justice Council, all of that. So I do recognize that that is an important area to focus on. But in terms of regions on question 15, can the Attorney General share what is the breakdown of the 222 lawyers regionally amongst the 10 regions, or, well, this is interesting as well. How many, and also can the Attorney General provide the breakdown of the 8 regions that are named in question 15, and how many of the respondents were outside BC? And I'm not even sure why we're serving lawyers outside of BC, but perhaps the Attorney General can answer that question, and how many would prefer not to answer?
Attorney.
Thank you. To the member's question about the breakdown of lawyers by region, we're working on getting that, but I just refer him to figure 2.6 in the What We Heard document that talks about the regional breakdown for public members. I also just wanted to add that we cast a really broad net with our partners when it comes to consultation. The survey and the public survey was a part of it. The CBA process that I mentioned, where the intentions paper is distributed to all of their members, from their materials, it looks like 450 lawyers participated in that. The member would have received this as well, but on September 2022, the e-brief from the Law Society, as the member's a lawyer, I know he would have received it, it mentioned not only the intentions paper and the release of the intentions paper, but also provided every licensed lawyer in the province an opportunity to fill out the survey to provide their feedback with respect to the intentions paper and what their opinions of that were.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's helpful to hear the reference, of course, to both the Law Society process and the Canadian Bar Association process. And I will note, Mr. Chair, that the general summary that follows in the What We Heard report, for example, from section 5.1 on, does refer to the fact that over 130 individual lawyers provided submissions on the issues raised in the intentions paper, and then goes on to summarize and make reference to, of the 130 lawyers and some of the lawyer organizations, without naming them directly, of course, even the lawyer organizations, certainly not the individual lawyers, using terms like many lawyers, individual lawyer, other lawyers, several individual lawyers, some individual lawyers. So just so we understand, though, that this is the response that the government had through the What We Heard report, take it as we can take it as we go through some of the points to understand what the government was relying on in order to get feedback to its intentions paper. And as the Attorney General indicated, the Canadian Bar Association response, certainly based on the level of engagement that they had with their members, and then with the Law Society similarly, that government would have looked to both of those processes as well. So I think that's helpful. It's helpful to know that government certainly recognized and appreciated the efforts of the Canadian Bar Association BC branch and the Law Society of British Columbia in their own efforts to inform their own members about the government's intentions paper dated September 2022, and that the government received both the responses in writing from those two organizations. So we have then, in the context of the three sets of documents now, the What We Heard report and both the response from the CBA and Law Society. Let me just next confirm through you, Mr. Chair, were there any other written responses by legal professional organizations to the intentions paper in the same manner of the CBA and the Law Society?
Attorney General.
Thank you. So we received 96, as I mentioned, written submissions, and I can refer the member to table 1.3 that breaks down the categories. I don't currently have a list of all of the organizations, but maybe we can endeavor to provide that if that's something that the member would like. But you'll see that the current regulators and legal professional associations, there were 7 written submissions, from individual lawyers 28, notaries 22, paralegals 10, clients of notaries 12, nonprofit legal service providers 5, academic institution legal scholars 4, other stakeholder organizations 5, and other individuals 3.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would appreciate receiving the further breakdown that the ministry can provide to table 1.3, including the list of the legal profession organizations and current regulators that make up the 7. That would be helpful to see, and to the extent that any of the documents are public or shareable, it would be helpful to see those submissions as well. The reference on, there's a reference here on a breakdown that I, so for example, Mr. Chair, I'm just working myself the way through the What We Heard report that informs Bill 21 and the formation of it, and the various papers that have been submitted to the ministry in response to the intentions paper. So there's been a process here for sure of some sort. But just to understand Figure 1.1, just to understand this pie chart or this graphic. This figure 1.1, well, perhaps I could ask the Attorney General to explain what figure 1.1 is actually displaying when we say, well, this, just backing up here, I think I have the answer to that question. This is presumably the public respondents, not the lawyers themselves or legal professionals that are responding to various questions in the survey. And it should be to one of these questions in terms of, in the last 5 years, have you used legal services or something to that effect. So we have a breakdown of, well, 68% uses lawyers or an article student, 21% a notary public, 1% paralegal, and then 10% other legal service provider. And so I was curious about the footnote to this figure because 10% of the respondents of the survey, or of all of the respondents of the survey, and that'd be the part that I asked the Attorney General to clarify, what are we talking about percentage-wise here? We're saying of the total number of public respondents to the survey, 10% of them indicated that they had services provided by the other legal service provider, and of the 10%, I'm curious that there's only one organization that's named as the legal service provider that it says nearly all the respondents had named that one organization, as opposed to other legal service providers like, and I presume this category would include Access Pro Bono, for example, or even the Justice Education Society, or the student legal information clinics that I talked about, the one that I was involved in, says UVic Law Student, or LSLAP for UBC, or whatever similar programs they have at TRU, for example. So I'm curious as to why there's only one organization that's named by all the survey respondents. Does it mean that only one organization was included in the survey, so all of their clients was encouraged to fill out the survey, or were other legal service providers given the opportunity to go out to their clients? Or why is it such a skewed response from individuals using that one organization? Or is it such that that's the organization that British Columbians seem to all use? I don't think that's the case, knowing my understanding of other legal service providers, but I'd ask the Attorney General just to comment on that.
Attorney.
So this survey was open to the public, and we encouraged everyone, as I mentioned, the widespread notification that we gave to anybody who wanted to fill out the survey. One of the things just to note about this particular figure is that the category of a lawyer or articled student could exactly be some of the organizations that the member himself mentioned volunteering when he was going to law school. So it could be organizations where the person identified a lawyer or article student in that other category. So other organizations may be captured in other places.
Member.
So I, just to look at the survey results themselves and some of the more pertinent results that might have informed the government's analysis, let's say, or review of at least public considerations, and recognizing that we're talking there of the 776 completed surveys, the general public comprised 211, and there's other, wherever that fits. So let's assume that, again, the Attorney General can confirm that other means general public, and did they fit within the legal professionals or do they fit within general public? But in any event, 211 results, and so of that 211 respondents, the number one category for substantive responses to the intentions paper. And so when we mean substantive responses, do we mean in response to question 9? That's another question. Includes expanding public funding for legal aid. That's 18%. Suggestions for modifications to the intention paper's focus. Concerns related to accessibility of legal services not being adequately addressed in the intention paper. Those are the top 3. And certainly concern about differential impacts on access to legal services for people who have with low socioeconomic status. I mean, there's a number of other similarly weighted results at 8% and above, including criticism of the areas and focus of content, including the intentions paper. Certainly support for expanding the role of paralegals with regulation is 8%. And I note that at the very bottom of the list is support for preserving lawyer self-regulation. How much did that survey result inform the government's decision to eliminate self-regulation of lawyers in this province?
Attorney.
So as we've been talking about over the last 2 days that we've been in this discussion, a lot of work went into obtaining the perspectives of the various stakeholders and parties involved, not only in access to justice work, but also the legal professions. And as I'm sure we will get into, there were varying views of where where we would land or could land in the modernizing of legal professionals in British Columbia. And so the team that put together this bill thought and contemplated deeply everybody's perspectives with respect to where this project should go. And embedded in all of the work, which we will have a chance, I think, as we go through the substance of the bill, is self-regulation. That it is maintained as a principle of the regulation of legal professions in the province, and it shows up in all of the processes that are in that bill, in our view, and also the independence is strongly protected of legal professionals. So we cannot, I think what we will see as we go from the consultation process to the content of the bill, the connections between the intentions paper, the what we heard document, the public document I released, and the content of the bill.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on this figure 1.5, when we're talking about substantive responses, are we talking about the actual responses to question number 8? Or where are these? I just want to confirm, this is a characterization of categories that are identified in the written submissions, is that correct?
Attorney.
Yes, so as noted in the report, figure 1.5 illustrates themes that arose in 5% or more of the substantive responses in the intention paper. So in terms of the public responses under 1.5, a member of our team read those responses and for the purposes of understanding common themes, categorized them in the way that you see in figure 1.5.
Member.
So, Mr. Chair, there is an underpinning here, of course, of concern relating to Bill 21, and the Attorney General just commented on it briefly, which is the area around self-regulation, and certainly in the lead-up, let's say, to the tabling of Bill 21 on April 10th, there certainly was the intentions paper, which on page 5 referred to under a section entitled The Importance of Independence, that the importance of an independent bar to the functioning of a free and democratic society cannot be overstated. The Ministry is not proposing and has no intention of implementing changes that would interfere with the ability of a lawyer or other legal service provider to fiercely advocate for their client and provide independent legal advice to their client, even and especially when their client is at odds with government. Goes on to say the Ministry has no intention of implementing changes that would see a shift away from what is commonly referred to as, in quotes, self-regulation. Self-regulation does not mean no oversight or involvement by government. It means that the Legislature has made a policy decision to assign a professional regulator the primary responsibility for the development of structures, processes, and policies for regulation. It goes on then to list out a number of different factors or reforms contemplated by the Ministry, which we will get into, of course, in the context of the clause-by-clause review of the bill, including, of course, the composition of the board, the powers of the regulator, the new regulator contemplated under this bill, the maintenance of the regulator's jurisdiction to adjudicate discipline matters relating or involving to lawyers or other regulated legal service providers, the establishment that the regulator would continue to be self-funded, and removing the Attorney General as a member of the board. That certainly is accomplished in this bill, the removal of the Attorney General as a member of the board, from the current 7 and 25 composition of the board out of 32 total to the composition of 17 members on this board. But I will note, though, as the Attorney General raised, that even referring to the CBA paper that was issued in November of 2022, November 18th, that even on the front end of that response, it on page 6 says, the intention paper contains the assertion that the government is not proposing and has no intention of proposing changes that would interfere with the independence of lawyers or self-regulation. I believe that that is the statement that I just read out from the intentions paper, but the Attorney General can certainly, I'm sure, point out other sections of the intentions paper that underline that point. There's more detail to follow in the intentions paper. However, as the intentions are subsequently detailed, such ideas such as removing the licensee's opportunity to bring resolutions to an annual general meeting or a board composition that does not contain a majority of lawyers, suggests that there is a difference in understanding of what independence and self-regulation means with respect to the regulation of lawyers. So I am only focused at this juncture at the front end of this bill discussion about the level of interplay between the Attorney General minister and her ministry, the CBA branch of British Columbia, and the Law Society, for example, in terms of the back and forth, let's say, on the intentions paper. The concern that was identified very early on in November of 2022, which is not quite 2 years ago, but certainly about 18 months before the tabling of Bill 21 in the last month, 4 weeks of the legislative session here, that there was a clear recognition, let's say, by CBA branch, CBA BC branch of the I'm just going to suggest. So they highlighted at the beginning of this process, at least with the intentions paper, that it suggests, that's the word they use, that there is a difference in understanding of what independence and self-regulation means with respect to the regulation of lawyers. So when the CBA branch of British Columbia provided that concern to the Attorney General and her ministry, what level of conversation was being had to bridge the difference in understanding so that 18 months later we end up with a bill that effectively eliminates self-regulation in the sense that no longer is there a majority of lawyers being elected directly by the lawyers themselves, as is the case under the current Law Society of British Columbia. So how did we get from that early identification in response to the intentions paper for the last 18 months to the bill being presented in the way it's presented today? Again, Mr. Chair, I'm asking the Attorney General in terms of the actual process, the consultation level, and to understand, because there is a call, of course, in the face of this bill by both the CBA branch, CBA BC branch, and the Law Society of British Columbia to pause the process to enable greater, broader consultation now that the bill has been presented. So I just want to understand, though, because this was early identified, so what has been going on for the last 18 months between the Attorney General Ministry and herself, and let's pick this one, CBA BC branch.
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. Our view has not changed since the intention paper that self-regulation and the independence of legal professionals is an important part of how legal professionals will be regulated in this province. And once we get to the substantive provisions of the bill, I'll be able to walk the member and the public through the exact provisions that protect that and ensure that. I want to note that during the consultation process, we received various views on composition of governance, for example, how things should be set up to maintain that independence. And I would just want to note that the CBA-BC's submission that they provided to us on the intention paper said, in terms of governments, and this is on page 18, a smaller, more agile board composition is needed to be consistent with effective and modern regulatory operations and should comprise of a mix of appointed and elected members. And these are the types of things that we heard from organizations that we fed into the making or into the bill, and I'm happy to get to that once we get to those clauses.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have, as I mentioned, the CBA of British Columbia, the BC branch, and we have also, as the Attorney General has pointed to, in response to the intentions paper, the Law Society of British Columbia. And so when I look at their response in writing on November 2022, also in the same time period, and in the introduction, I see that the Law Society of British Columbia had appreciated the dialogue with then former Deputy Attorney General present, that on the issue of independence and self-regulation, the view of the Law Society of British Columbia back on November 2022 was made very clear to the Attorney General and her ministry, because it's a response to the intentions paper, that in our view, self-regulation of the legal profession requires that a majority of the board that governs lawyers are themselves lawyers, and a majority of the lawyer directors are elected. So that is a clear statement of what I continue to hear from lawyers in the practice, other legal lawyer associations, that it's not just about the fact that the board of the new regulator, the single regulator, has a majority of lawyers, but that the importance of the actual majority of the board needs to have lawyers who are elected. And that is a consideration that has been at part here in terms of ensuring that there isn't that level of undue government influence on this new regulatory board. I would ask, though, Mr. Chair, through you to the Attorney General, in terms of the concerns that were raised by the Law Society, what further discussions were had with the Law Society as well, since they provided their response to the Attorney General in respect of their intentions paper?
Attorney.
I just want to start by saying that as I appreciate that the member is talking about one profession under the Legal Professions Act, and that being the lawyers and their needs. My perspective from Attorney General is to represent the public interest and to represent the needs of British Columbians when accessing legal services, and to make sure under the self-regulatory body those interests are protected. I wanted to bring it back to that as we talk about the content of the bill, and say that also our duty was to meet with the Notary Association and the Paralegal Association to understand their needs and how they would be represented under a single regulator, which was something that we did effectively. The member hasn't asked questions about that yet, but we spoke a lot with the Notaries Association and a lot with the BC Paralegals and other access to justice organizations. I'm happy to go into detail about those, the time that we spent on that if asked. I will say that the question posed was the engagement with the Law Society. My team, together, we're thinking about the overall engagement with the Law Society, and I think the number of hundreds of hours came up, because you have to remember that the engagement with the Law Society began even before the intentions paper was created. The intentions paper was released, and my team has, over the course of hundreds of hours, likely up to the bill being introduced, has engaged with the executive members of the Law Society, the staff level. I've attended a venture meeting where I spoke in detail about the intentions of this project in the paper. We have disclosed very early drafts under NDAs with the Law Society, members of the Law Society, to look over not only our intentions but our proposed governance models, which we received direct feedback on from members of the Law Society. We talked about every stage of the disciplinary, the Indigenous Council, the composition of the different aspects of this bill with the Law Society as one organization, but an organization that we definitely sat down with quite a bit with respect to the content and the way that self-regulation and independence were being dealt with in the bill, and including the governance model.
Member.
Mr. Chair, we might have the opportunity to talk more as the Attorney General invites about the nature, scope, process of consultation with notaries and paralegals. I will say that through the course of time, including when I was the previous Attorney General critic in the 2017 to 2020 period and following, I continue to have discussions with notaries and their representation, formally or informally, about their focus on expanded scope of practice as well. And when this bill was presented, had a further formal discussion with notary leadership about this as well. So I don't detect any, I don't think I've heard the notaries say we need to slow this down, we need to have broader consultation. Certainly I would ask the Attorney General to confirm that. Perhaps that's the way to do that part of it. The reason why I'm focused on this part of the legal profession, in terms of the lawyers, I'll come to in a moment as well, but certainly the difference is I've heard from both the Law Society and the CBA of British Columbia, as I know the Attorney General has heard directly when Bill 21 was introduced. So they're clearly calling for a much broader consultation, understanding the opportunity to do that for some of the concerns that we've touched on in the early stages of the discussion of this bill. So perhaps again through you, Mr. Chair, and I will say that in terms of the paralegals, I did give them an opportunity through my staff just as a check-in. I didn't hear in their response that they had any issues, certainly through in respect of consultation, but just because we're talking about consultation, certainly I do intend, of course, as with myself and my colleagues, because there will need to be other colleagues involved, in the days that come, given the legislative schedule of this chamber, that there will be opportunity to review the specific clauses, of course, that affect and incorporate paralegals, licensed paralegals and notaries into this single regulator model. But my question then through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General is, has the Attorney General been informed in writing or otherwise of any concerns from the BC Notary Associations and the Paralegal Association about the process, the need to pause the bill in the same way that the lawyer associations are asking for? Has any of those other associations, or even the First Nations Justice Council, have any of those organizations, other than the lawyer organizations, called for more time and a broader scope of review and consultation on this bill?
Attorney.
Hi, thank you. So with respect to the member's question, they are both the Society of Notaries Public of British Columbia, the BC Paralegals Association and the BC Notaries Association, highly supportive of these changes that they've been asking for a long time. I'll just give you an example. Chad Rintoul, the Chief Executive Officer of the BC Notaries Association, said the BC Notaries Association is pleased to see expanded scope of practice for notaries included in the new legislation. This enables notaries to improve access to legal services, and we are optimistic that a single regulator will result in clarity for the public. As a parent, I'm particularly pleased that the legislation will enable notaries who prepare wills to assist with probate processes during what can be a challenging time for people experiencing grief. The Vice President of the BC Paralegal Association has said about this bill, regulated paralegals will assist people throughout BC who are barred from accessing traditional legal services. Paralegals in BC, represented by BCPA, have crucial and necessary legal expertise and handle matters across all practice areas, but remain widely unrecognized in the legal profession. The BCPA is looking forward to consulting with a new working group to establish the scope of practice for regulated paralegals, which is key to providing accessible, independent legal services in the public interest. Some of the reasons that both other notaries and paralegals support this bill.
Thank you, Attorney. There has been a request for a recess, brief recess. It is 5:17. If members could be back here by 5:27, set those watches. I'll be watching. We'll get going right away at 5:27. Thank you, members. This committee is in recess. All right, members, here we are at 5:27, and we're getting ready to continue committee stage Bill 21, the Legal Professions Act. I appreciate your promptness. I see the member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and through you to the Minister and the committee. The alignment of bills are such that, and estimates that we are reaching deep into the bullpen for some additional participation in these debates. I had a chance to watch some of the discussion that took place between my colleague from Vancouver Langara and the Minister. A couple aspects of that I was hoping to canvass in the time that is available to me. There was a discussion around the non-disclosure agreements. There was one aspect of that I wanted to pursue. Look, if I say to the Attorney General that the legislation before us is eliciting a fairly strong reaction from a good part of the legal community, I'm not telling her something she doesn't already know. And when I return home, and over the course of the weekend before we come back to continue with this work, I will, as a number of members will, I'm sure, and possibly the attorney herself, will be meeting with members of the legal community. I've already done that, and in a couple of instances have been confronted by the statement, well, I have to be careful what I say because of the non-disclosure agreement. Just so the attorney knows, I understand that the use of NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, during the course of drafting legislation is fairly standard. It's nothing unusual in and of itself. It's a mechanism that governments can use to engage with organizations and individuals during the time when they are working to develop a legislative package. I understand that. And it's done, at least at the time when I was involved in their use, it was done primarily to respect the privilege of this chamber, that people weren't disclosing information prematurely about what might be in legislation before the members of this House became aware of it. The part of the conversation that I wanted to clarify, though, insofar as the use of the non-disclosure agreements in this context, goes like this. Once the bill has been tabled, it strikes me that any person, any organization that may have been involved or may have been consulted, may have given their thoughts on what the legislative package should include or not include, would be free to render their thoughts, opinions, and comment fully on what transpired. The notion of violating some parliamentary privilege no longer being the case. So I fully expect over the course of the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because it's already happened, to have someone say to me, well, I got to be careful what I say because I'm a party to a non-disclosure agreement. I'm going to say to them, the legislation is before the House. But I want to ask the attorney, from her and the government's point of view, what is a signatory to an NDA who was involved in the drafting, or maybe not the drafting, but the consultation around Bill 21? What are they precluded? What are they precluded from disclosing in a conversation with a guy like me?
Attorney.
Thank you. So I'll just start by saying that I have been contacted by lawyers, paralegals, and notaries, and many that are in favor of the bill and speak highly about the changes that we're hoping to make, particularly when it comes to modernizing business opportunities or licensing and abilities to structure their practices. And so I think that I'll just say that to the conversations that I've been having with lawyers. And the member's correct that not only is this a practice that has been happening for a long time to protect the things that he mentioned in terms of signing confidentiality agreements with cabinet confidentiality and draft legislation, but he's also correct in the fact that if somebody wants to speak about the content of the bill that's public and their views on it, that is, I've sat on panels since actually the bill was released where I've been expressing the content of the bill with members of the Law Society and the CBA. So, of course, they're free to comment on the content of the bill. What remains protected because of confidentiality and cabinet confidentiality is the draft legislation that was provided, or the presentations are provided under that confidence, and the discussions that were had under that confidence.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The attorney, I think, mentioned two things. One, draft legislation, which I think a reasonable person would say would accept as having an extended coverage or an ongoing coverage. But I think she also mentioned commentary around earlier drafts, and it strikes me that is perhaps casting the net far too wide. Any conversation that might take place, government, when it drafts legislation, and I presume this is no different, considers different options and different approaches, and that can be reflected in earlier drafts of legislation. But presumably, the mere fact that a different provision existed in an earlier draft as advocated by an individual or a group wouldn't preclude them from saying to someone like me, I disagree with sections whatever of this bill, and in fact I advocated for something very different that I hoped the government would accept, and they have not. So because we're dealing, and the good news is, because we're dealing with a lot of people in the legal community, they take these things very seriously, which is why I just want to spend a moment and get as much clarity as possible. I don't think someone should be precluded from saying publicly, now that the Bill 21 is before the House, there are provisions of this bill that I disagree with. In fact, I advocated for something very different. At one time, I thought the government might be inclined to accept those recommendations. They have not. Are they in any way precluded from making those kinds of statements? Do those statements violate their non-disclosure agreement?
Attorney.
I just want to start by something that I forgot to do earlier, was to introduce the new staff that has joined me here today. I want to thank them for their work. We have Mika Cherkowski over here from Justice Services Branch, and Matthew Jackson. So just want to welcome them and thank them for being here. What the member has described would, yes, be protected, and it's for a very particular reason, is that may reveal cabinet deliberations or cabinet discussions. I want to say that the whole point of having confidentiality agreements and having draft legislation during that process of confidentiality and cabinet deliberations is so we can receive direct feedback from people that are highly associated with the file and can provide us information in that way that will help with cabinet deliberations, that will help with our determinations of what to include in the bill in a very direct and detailed way. So that's part of the practice of doing that.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And maybe I'm misunderstanding what the attorney is saying, but what I have just heard means that an individual who was involved in this exercise is essentially precluded from saying today, one, I disagree with elements of Bill 21. Two, these are the elements that I disagree with. And three, I made very specific recommendations to the contrary, and here's what those recommendations were. Are they really precluded from saying that under the NDA?
Attorney.
Just to the 3 points that the member made. So the first two things are clearly anybody can do that, right? There's a bill out there. You can say, I disagree with that part of the bill. My position is this on the bill. I think this is a great part of the bill. It really promotes access to justice. You know, that is obviously welcome in a democracy. With respect to the third one, when it becomes about what I said in a confidential conversation and what did or didn't happen, then that is what would be on the other side of the confidentiality agreement. So if there was a piece of draft legislation that a person saw and they said, I advocated for this, and then it didn't happen, then that's protected as confidential because that's the context of the deliberations that it would be protected under those drafts. But the person would be free to say, with the bill that I see there, I disagree with this part of it, and I would have wanted it to say this, or I wish it would have said this, or there's many ways. And it's also clouded, I think, a little bit by the fact that there is a lot of information in the public sphere too, right? There's a lot of information that's out there, whether it's the What We Heard report, the intentions paper, the 96 written submissions that people have made on their various views of support or how the bill should be framed. So in that context, people, and they have done this, they've expressed their support with positions that are out there related to contents of the intentions and the way the bill it is and the public bill. So I think there's a lot of ways that people can express their views on the bill.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And I don't think the attorney meant to convey this, but one needs to be careful about leaving the impression that those who are engaged in the consultation exercise are free to express their views, but only if they're positive views. And I don't think the minister meant to convey that. And I'm sure she'll confirm that in a moment. Maybe the single point that I perhaps can get some clarity on, the minister said, one is someone who was engaged in this consultation process is certainly free to say that there are elements of this bill, Bill 21, that I disagree with. Here's why. But I think I heard the attorney say they are precluded from saying, and during the consultation process, I urged the government to address this issue in a different way, and here is how I urge them to address it. Are they entitled to say that now that the bill has been tabled?
Attorney.
Well, the answer to that question is it depends. If the person's critique or comment is based on the many public documents and discourse that's out there on this bill, then of course that is not covered by any confidentiality. But if it is based on their confidential viewing of draft pieces of legislation that was protected under this confidentiality and the practice that's been existing for a long time, then those deliberations and what was changed or not changed or advocated in the context of that discussion would be protected.
Member.
Okay, I don't know that I need or want to spend a great deal more time. I would say a couple of things in response. I tried fairly at the outset to acknowledge that using these instruments as a way to engage people has taken place for many years, and it's designed to try and provide people with and organizations an opportunity to participate. But I have seen many examples in the past, and they didn't always make me happy when I was on the receiving end, of groups who had been invited in and provided with a role and an opportunity to participate, sometimes in very specific drafting exercises, who later were disappointed by the finished product that arrived on the floor of the legislature, and who said, you know, we had a pretty robust debate about that issue, and I advocated for something different. The government has opted not to accept my view and go in a different direction, and I'm upset about that for the following reasons. I hope the government is not going to try and stifle that kind of, it's not their intention to stifle or in any way inhibit people from making that kind of commentary, because if they are, who on earth is going to want to be involved in a consultation or sign a non-disclosure agreement that is interpreted and applied in that way? We can't. This is a mechanism that is designed to facilitate involvement, not stifle commentary after the fact. And I hope the Attorney General can provide some assurance in her next remarks that is so.
Attorney.
Of course, it's never our intention to stifle debate, and I think that not only are we having a healthy debate right now, but I think lawyers in general are having a healthy debate internally about positions about this bill. I would also say that the reason that the process involves signing of confidentiality at a very particular stage in the process, so that's when there's draft legislation, there's a particular stage, or when there's negotiations where parties have thought, well, wait a minute, I don't want what I'm telling you to be in confidentiality be released afterwards if we come to a point of disagreeing. So it's not just government that at times, especially when you're developing complicated and sometimes intense or different opinions, and you want to have the freedom to be able to have those discussions without risk or threat of your views at a certain point being released by if there's a difference of opinion. So oftentimes in these ways, and I know the member's a lawyer, it actually protects those discussions for the other side, because they feel like they can have frank discussions with government without that that risk of whatever they said in the context of the development of that piece of legislation, if for this example, was released.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I think it is publicly known. I think the existing regulator, the Law Society of British Columbia, at least has made its intentions clear that they will be challenging the legislation that we are considering in this House before the courts. I'm not sure. I think I read where the Trial Lawyers Association is preparing as well, although I'm not certain of that. How does let us assume for the moment that the government makes use of the majority it possesses in this chamber, and at some point in the life of this Parliament, Bill 21 is passes, despite concerns being expressed by members of the opposition. Can the attorney explain to what extent, if at all, the non-disclosure agreement impacts the ability of a litigant, in this case a very specific litigant, from drawing on the materials or more particularly the discussions that took place during the period of time the non-disclosure agreement was in effect?
Attorney.
Thank you. Thank you. So in terms of legal principles, I think what we have to bring it back to is what is at issue is cabinet confidentiality. That's the principle that's at play, and the NDAs or the confidentiality agreements extend that cabinet confidentiality to parties that are now partaking in a debate that has cabinet deliberations or decision-making involved in it. So it's extended to those parties under those agreements. So at issue, if there was litigation, would be whether or not cabinet confidentiality would be asserted, likely, and then the issue that a court would have to grapple with, and that would depend on, as the member would know, like all the different ways that that particular question or material or issue was being posed to be protected or not protected, would be a matter for a judge to decide. And given also that a lot of the discussion that we've had already is what's already publicly available and could have public comment to it. But if we start from that legal principle of cabinet confidentiality, there's many decisions that grapple with that where courts are deciding on the extent and the content of that would be fact specific.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And that is helpful from the attorney. I'm asking the question in part because in this instance we are dealing with the legal community for whom some of these principles are perhaps better known, but I think the attorney would agree that what we are talking about, and she has alluded to the fact, is applicable in other instances, in other cases where members of the public, agencies are brought in to assist government. When that happens, I'm not sure the average person, if we are thinking about people that might be brought in to assist government or provide views to government in other areas of public policy. Maybe it's on the forestry side, maybe it's on the mineral side or the tourism side. I'm not sure they would understand or accept that by virtue of engaging in that exercise, they are now, their commentary and their discussions are covered by the general umbrella of cabinet confidentiality. I don't think these discussions take place in the cabinet, with the cabinet present. But I'll ask the question, is the non-disclosure agreement that the government now uses in this instance and other instances, is it specific about that? Does it say to people in agreeing to participate in this exercise, you are bound by the extended application of cabinet confidentiality?
Minister.
Yes, it's my understanding the agreements, as they've been for years and years, clearly indicate that cabinet confidentiality is at play along with solicitor-client privilege, if that's also something that comes up in the course of the conversations.
Member.
Okay, I'm going to pursue that just a little bit. I understand a circumstance in which someone comes in and speaks to the cabinet, which happens from time to time, I'm sure, that they are bound by in terms of what they may hear during those deliberations by this principle of cabinet confidentiality. But most of these discussions, unless I'm mistaken, take place with staff. And so it's the attorney saying that the way these non-disclosure agreements operate is that in the course of the deliberations that might take place between someone and senior officials or officials involved in the preparation of legislation that is deemed to be blanket covered by the principle of cabinet confidentiality.
Minister.
So there's a step. There's nothing new with this, and the member would know this. This is just a regular process of cabinet drafting and cabinet confidentiality. Draft legislation is clearly protected in the sense where even if it's advice to cabinet or cabinet is still deliberating, it's protected under that guise of or that protection of cabinet confidentiality. So if somebody is given the privilege of stepping into that cabinet confidentiality and seeing draft legislation and helping us with that, then what we ask of them is to be included in the confidentiality, which means that the deliberations and discussions that they are now a part of remains confidential. And I think there's a lot of case law and assertions and development of this area of law that is nothing new to this particular case, where advice to cabinet is also included, and things like draft legislation would be part of that.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Forgive me, this probably seems a little bit tedious, but we don't often find ourselves in a position where during the course of discussing a bill, we know with virtual certainty that the legislation will be litigated. And I won't ask the attorney to comment, but I will say that it appears certain that this legislation if passed, will be litigated. That being the case, one can also anticipate that there will be arguments, assertions, and applications for documentation, and that assertions of cabinet confidentiality privilege will be made. I'm admittedly trying to determine in the course of this debate how far those assertions will be made. The attorney has definitively talked about draft pieces of legislation, and I don't think she's heard me quarrel a lot with that. Where I am perhaps more concerned or troubled is the suggestion that discussions and exchanges around topics covered by draft pieces of legislation, that the attorney and the government might assert that they are also covered by cabinet confidentiality and privilege. And that admittedly concerns me a little bit.
Minister.
Just to say that I think I've articulated the general principles that are involved in the process, and anything that would go beyond that would be mere speculation and not fact-specific or driven in that. What would be, if there was a challenge to the legislation, then it would be arguments before a judge on the matter, and it would be very much fact-specific on what the specific issue is and what the topic was. I'll just say that before this member arrived, the previous member that was asking me questions, we went quite a bit in detail of all the public consultation and discussions that happened in many ways throughout the process of getting to this bill today. We're talking right now at about a very specific time period related to draft legislation when we're contemplating actual sections of materials. But you know, I think there's not only you know, there are documents, but I've spoken in many forums about the content and basically the intentions and where we are in the bill.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I wonder if I can, well, sometimes you have to ask the obvious question, and so I'm going to ask the obvious question. Is the attorney, she's heard what I have to say about the prospect of a legal challenge. Is the attorney expecting a legal challenge to this legislation?
Minister.
I've heard concerns from some legal professionals. I've heard support from other legal professional organizations. I've heard lawyers that support the contents of the bill, and I've heard some that don't. So it's hard to speculate, although, you know, there's been expressed intention by organizations like the Law Society, but it's hard to speculate what will happen. What I do know is that I'm confident in the contents of this bill, that we have respected the independence of the legal professions and self-regulation in the province.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Again, that's helpful. Has the Law Society communicated directly with the Attorney General or the Attorney General's ministry, indicating their intention since the bill was tabled to challenge it?
Minister.
I think the member has probably seen himself the public letters from the Law Society.
Member.
Thanks. What is the attorney's understanding from the documentation she has received or refers to as to the basis for their concern and their challenge?
Minister.
I would say, unfortunately, I think that I've seen a lack of specificity in that letter in terms of the specific sections in the bill that is before us right now that are at issue. But I can say, and I've said before, of the hundreds of hours that our team has worked with the Law Society to understand what the concerns are, and again express my confidence because of all of the steps that we've taken that the contents of the bill not only in some ways enhances the independence of legal professionals in this province, I would argue, and also stands behind self-regulation as the way legal professionals would be regulated in BC.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I understand that the attorney wishes to ensure that the committee is aware of her confidence in the legislation. What I was asking, though, is for her to explain to the committee her understanding of what the concern is from the body that is presently charged with protecting the public interest in our legal system, and that is the Law Society of British Columbia.
Minister.
The member has the public letter that the Law Society has sent outlining their concerns. It's not my, I don't think it's my position, or it should be, to characterize or to summarize their views, and I'm sure they will continue to express them. I know that one of the things that we have contemplated and dealt with and heard from the Law Society is the independence of the legal professions. And that is something that we took very seriously, and when we get to clause by clause debate on the actual sections and content of the bill, then we will very much be able to go through in detail how self-regulation and the independence of legal professions is protected, and even more so in this bill.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. My colleague from Vancouver, Langara, has returned from other duties. May I say this, though, through you, Madam Chair? Part of as I have always understood, the function of these committees is to ensure that members of the committee who may not be as intimately involved in the preparation of and debate around a piece of legislation are fully informed as to the strengths and at times the weaknesses and the views that exist. So the attorney says, I don't really want to talk about the concerns that others have. The others in this case is the Law Society of British Columbia. The other body is the regulator that for over a century has been charged with the task of protecting the public interest. And I think it is entirely appropriate for the attorney to disclose in her own words to the committee what she understands is the nature of the concern. She may disagree with it, and the suggestion is that she does. But surely part of the function of a body such as this is for the attorney to say, look, we have drafted this legislation, here's our intention, here is what we are hoping to achieve. By the way, there are people who are concerned about this aspect, and she's right, we'll go through the committee stage. and we'll have a discussion about individual components of that concern. But in a situation like this, saying I don't want to talk about it, or the member can go find out for himself, that suggests to me that the attorney wants to withhold that information, which is kind of silly actually, from the broader committee. Look, there's a difference here. The Law Society believes that the government and others haven't found the balance. The attorney says, well, others think we have. She has no problem talking about what they tell her. But we are talking about our legal system here. And a pretty important part of that legal system having some major reservations about the legislation before this House and before this committee. It would be nice, and I think entirely appropriate, for the attorney to disclose to the committee her understanding of what that concern is, and then to go on and tell us why she thinks it's ill-founded or why she disagrees. But she seems unwilling to do that. I'll invite her in this final submission to do so that we will know what her understanding of those concerns are. And then I think I'll invite my colleague from Vancouver, Langara, to pick up where he left off. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Minister.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't misrepresenting anything, so I'm going to read from the letter that I've received from the benchers, which is my understanding of what the concerns are, but I don't know how it shows up in specific sections, and I have expressed maybe our difference of opinion when it comes to these, but I will read that for the members so I get there. So the benchers have said that Bills 21 has failed to meet reasonable expectations of the public and legal professions be significantly involved in commenting and advising on the substance of the bill. We are also certain that the passage of Bill 21 will disrupt and diminish the effectiveness of legal regulation in the province. And we are likewise certain Bill 21 fails to protect the public interest in having access to independent legal professions governed by an independent regulator, which is not constrained by unnecessary government direction and intrusion.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Langara.
I appreciate the member from Abbotsford West taking the opportunity to run through some of the nature of the non-disclosure agreements, cabinet confidentiality that the Attorney General has utilized, and I will take a look at that discussion and come back into that when I have a chance to look at that. But just being back in the chamber and hearing the last exchange by the member from Abbotsford West and with the Attorney General does introduce and follow on a point that I wanted to come back to with the Attorney General. Certainly the letter from the Law Society that the Attorney General has received and that she just read 2 paragraphs from in part responds in part to the member from Abbotsford West. In her response, what I heard just now, Madam Chair, is that something to the effect that the Attorney General is not fully aware exactly where it shows up in the bill in terms of these concerns, but there's also some disagreement or lack of agreement, let's say, between the Law Society and Attorney General in respect of the concerns of the Law Society as the Attorney General had read out. But before going back into that discussion and the substance of this letter, which is dated April 26th, it was received by the Attorney General presumably on that date, 2 weeks after Bill 21 was introduced into this House. And it's an important letter coming from the Law Society of British Columbia, signed by all the benchers who were elected as well by the legal profession. But it does bring me back to a point that I want to raise with the Attorney General, because previously, as we've been discussing about how did we get here, how does the Attorney General and the Ministry of Attorney General get through from the intentions paper to the What We Heard report to the update in 23 days, as we established before the bill was introduced, small in nature in terms of the update, 10 pages, not giving to the level of detail as is expressed in the 317-clause bill that's presented in this House here. When I asked questions previously to the Minister about what the process has been with the Law Society of British Columbia and the BC branch of the Canadian Bar Association here, in the face of what was a 6-week turnaround by each of these organizations in response to the intentions report back in 2022, that the disconnect and the lack of agreement between the Attorney General when it comes to self-regulation and independence of the legal profession, that continues. And that is evidenced here 2 weeks after Bill 21 is introduced. The Attorney General, in her previous response, before I had to step out to finish estimates with Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation for the 35 minutes that I had left, but I will say this, that the Attorney General said to me, Madam Chair, that, the member, that the focus for the Attorney General, as we know, is around access to justice, access to legal services, and that it's also her focus as the Attorney General of this province in respect of the public interest of British Columbians, even though as we will get into the bill itself, there is a change on the definition of public interest or lack of a definition on public interest. The whole nature of public interest in this regulatory body as to how it would be acting in favor of the public interest bears much discussion. But my point, Madam Chair, is this, and I said this on second reading. I appreciate the Attorney General confirmed at the outset of this part of the committee process that she didn't get the full opportunity to hear my second reading speech. But there was a few other points in my second reading speech where I reminded the Attorney General, not that she would need reminding, of course, that her role as the Attorney General of this province is as the Chief Legal Officer of the province of BC, that she has the role, as did the Premier when he was the Attorney General, to be that Chief Legal Officer, to provide the legal counsel to the government of British Columbia and the Executive Council in the manner in which the Attorney General ought to be providing. In the case of the Premier, I had many debates with the Premier on the record when he was Attorney General about the conflict of interest that he was in, as both the Attorney General and then the Minister responsible for ICBC changing the rules of court, the rules of evidence, to benefit the chief litigant in this province, ICBC. Here, we have another Attorney General under what I've referred to as the most activist Attorney General that this province has ever seen. That's our current Premier. Under the Premier's leadership, this Attorney General has brought forward this bill in the face of much concern. And the Attorney General has said to me, well, look, I'm concerned about access to justice, access to legal services. I'm concerned about public interest. But Madam Chair, my question to you, to the Attorney General through you, is how does the Attorney General see her role as the Chief Legal Officer of this province in introducing a bill, Bill 21, that the Law Society of British Columbia, in its letter dated April 26, is saying that they're taking the role on to protect the independence of our legal system. In the absence, in effect, of the Chief Legal Officer of our province doing that, the Law Society is saying in their letter, these benchers saying, we have to express this view. We have grave concerns of this bill proceeding. How does the Chief Legal Officer of our province, in the face of a letter like this, the letter that the Attorney General just referred to, take this action to go forward? How does she reconcile her role as the Chief Legal Officer when the Law Society, represented by elected benchers of our province, are saying to this Attorney General, you are undermining the independence of our legal profession by taking away self-regulation and the concerns around our legal profession not being free from interference, from state interference. So help me understand how this Attorney General sees her role in fulfilling her duties as the Chief Legal Officer by proceeding with this bill in the face of these ongoing concerns from the Law Society of British Columbia.
Minister.
Thank you. And to the member's question, I want to assure him that I take my role very seriously. And not only do I strongly believe that the content of this bill is in accordance with the law, it's important to understand in the context of what the law is with respect to the role of the legislature and self-regulation. What's often quoted is a decision of the Supreme Court of Canada and the majority that mentions a quote that says, this should be recognized as a principle of fundamental justice that the state cannot impose duties on lawyers that undermine their duty of commitment to ensure their clients' causes. And that's very clear that that must be protected. In the decision, they go on to talk about also the role of the legislator and the legislation. And the reason that it's important that self-regulation has a level of protective restraints associated with it is because, as mentioned in that decision, the public is vulnerable. And this is something that I think is extremely important to understand in terms of my role as not only a legislator, but also the Attorney General. And the decision says that the general public is not in a position to appraise unassisted the need for legal services or the effectiveness of those services provided in the client's cause by the practitioner, and therefore stands in need of protection. In this, it is the establishment of this protection that is a primary purpose of the Legal Professions Act. In the regulation of legal professions in the province, the protective restraints that are often included, for example, is that the presence of the Attorney General as currently stands, is as of right a bencher on that society. So it's very much the role of the Attorney General to ensure not only that the independence of the legal professions are protected, but also that the public is protected in the administration of legal services in the province. It's something that I take very seriously, and it's something that is built into every section of this bill.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Attorney General addressing the questions so-called head-on. And I think that, Madam Chair, the response from the Attorney General is consistent with what her previous response was that I did highlight, which is around access to legal services and the public interest, as the Attorney General has again re-emphasized in a different way in terms of protecting the public, and in whatever way that she suggests. I think that that indicates that the Attorney General is particularly focused on some harm that a self-regulated legal profession would cause, or searching for the word, would cause on the public. That there are considerations there, and quite frankly, I would say that even in parts of the intentions paper at the outset of this process, that there was reference to the need to modernize various professions, that this is just consistent with the effort to modernize various professions. So, for example, there is reference that I've seen relating to that, that suggests that there's some need for, it's on page 8 of the intentions paper, that says something from this government. In recent years, the professional regulation landscape in BC and elsewhere has evolved and modernized across many other sectors, including health, finance, and the built and natural environment. Many of these shifts have caused the consolidation of multiple professions under a single statute and/or oversight body. That paragraph connected to the Attorney General's reference is illuminating in the sense that we've seen, of course, the pattern under the current Premier, when he was Attorney General as well of this province, the oversight of government on engineers, the oversight of the healthcare professions that the member from Prince George Valemont had some opportunity to review, but not in totality in terms of the nature of that bill, and that we opposed as well, the Health Professions Bill, Bill 36. But this, Madam Chair, is a very different bill. This is not just regulating another profession. This is about regulating the profession that is core and fundamental to our legal system. And I'll remind the Attorney General that our Chief Justice, Hingston, had said on that Looking Glass panel that the Attorney General was on recently, that there cannot be an independent judiciary without an independent bar. And the concerns from the Law Society of British Columbia, which when they say in the second paragraph of the letter, the Law Society has a statutory mandate to protect the public interest in the administration of justice by preserving and protecting the rights and freedoms of all persons. And the benchers have an obligation to act on that mandate. That was the reference I was looking for earlier, Madam Chair. This is the reason why the Law Society has taken the step to write a letter to the Attorney General formally and signed by all the elected benchers, because it does meet what is set out as the statutory duty under the Legal Profession Act, the current one, that the duty and responsibility of the Law Society is to preserve, is to uphold and protect the public interest in the administration of justice by preserving and protecting the rights and freedoms of all persons. The Attorney General Act does specify and set out, as I reminded the Premier when he was Attorney General, and this Attorney General, it certainly sets out that the Attorney General is the official legal advisor of the Lieutenant Governor and the legal member of the Executive Council, and must see that the administration of public affairs is in accordance with law. The Attorney General, in her response, read, basically, and is live to the fact that legislation, of course, brought on the floor of this House needs to be in accordance with the law. But just in my concluding question for today, I will just put to the Attorney General, because we're not finished with this letter from the Law Society. The Law Society, of course, has communicated, they've asked for a pause. They've asked for this government to reconsider proceeding with the passage of Bill 21, to take the time to consult more widely with the public, the legal professions, Indigenous peoples of British Columbia, to ensure that the revised bill creates a legal regulator that will, in quotes, back to that important Supreme Court of Canada decision, in quote, so far as by human ingenuity it can be so designed, be free from state interference in the political sense with the delivery of services to the individual citizens in the state. The Law Society has put on notice this government that they are taking steps to initiate litigation to challenge the constitutionality of Bill 21, if passed. In the face of that notice, and I know I will say that our Premier, as the Attorney General, that didn't seem to make him reconsider anything. And we know in the courts he lost on repeated occasions when his legislation was being ruled unconstitutional. Is this Attorney General saying to the Law Society of British Columbia that she will proceed in the face of what is sure to be a constitutional challenge on Bill 21?
Minister.
Thank you. I would say that at the offset that my role as Attorney General is not to protect lawyers, it's to protect the public interest. And the role of everything that we're doing here in terms of access to justice maintains the independence of legal professionals while providing a whole range of services and possibilities for British Columbians to access justice better. I also want to say clearly that the member is suggesting that there's broad opposition to the bill by lawyers, and I just want to say that I am being, many lawyers are connecting with me saying that they see this as an improvement, not only in their ways of being able to practice and modernize business practices within it, the different provisions that provide for changes in the way licensing can show up. There is a lot in this bill that is about modernizing the legal profession and moving it to new potentials when it comes to delivering legal services and running law firms in the province that I hear pretty regularly people being in support of, and also have spoken up publicly with that support. And I will also say that that I am confident that this bill, and we've done the work to ensure that this bill does protect the independence of legal professionals and therefore is constitutionally on the right side of the law. And we will go through that as we go from section to section, and I'm happy to provide those details. Honourable Chair, I move that the committee arise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This committee stands adjourned.
We'll do that. We'll have the report out, so I'll do that, and then we'll adjourn.
Committee Chair.
The Committee on Bill 21 reports progress and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government Leader?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill 23 and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee
Next
sit
sitting,
again?
Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supplies, Section C reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Honourable Speaker, I rise to clarify comments made yesterday during question period. By comments, reference remarks made by the member for Vancouver-Langara on April 24th during second reading of Bill 25, the Haida Nation Recognition Amendment Act 2024. During that second reading debate, the member made reference to Anti-Racism Bill Act, Bill 23. I trust that this clarification will help assist you, Mr. Speaker, and the member's point of order.
Thank you, Member. Chair considers this issue is now resolved. Madam Clerk. Government House Leader.
I move the House now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.